Mr. Chair.
Yes.
I think we are ready to go whenever you are ready to start the meeting.
Okay. So let me pull up my. The meeting called to order. So we do the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Should stand. I pledge allegiance
Allegiance
to the flag of the
United
United States of America,
and to the republic
for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning to the Commission. The Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB TV Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Summer, and Arcot areas. Rebroadcast of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Friday after 5 p.m. on CSB TV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on the county's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Moving on to the roll call. Commissioner Keller.
here.
Commissioner Miller.
Present.
Commissioner Kupiak.
Here.
Commissioner Senauer.
Here.
And Chair Police.
Here.
Thank you. So our next item is the reconsideration of the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency. So of course, if the commission would like to continue to meet remotely, we would ask that you make these findings. And I can read those into the record. To reconsider the circumstances of the COVID-19 state of emergency, consider whether state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, find that the legislative body has reconsidered the circumstances of the state of emergency, and that the state or local officials continue to impose or recommend measures to promote social distancing, and direct staff to continue to notice and hold hearings as remote hearings consistent with Government Code Section 54953E3. I believe Ms. Plowman is not here today, but Secretary Wilson is here if you would like to hear what staff recommendation is on this.
Yes, I would like to hear.
And staff or the department continues to support remaining remote if the commission so chooses to do that.
Yes, well, we did just a week or two ago, so I guess we should continue the process and continue at a distance like this, remote. So do we need to take a vote on that? Or do we just?
I do have a question.
Okay, I didn't see that, sorry.
As of now, we have nothing scheduled for our July and August meetings, or I'm sorry, I didn't download the latest projection report. Secretary Wilson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Keller, that is correct. We have nothing projected for our July 20th and August hearings. However, if you make the findings and take action to remain remote, this will last 30 days till like July 29th. So you would probably need to have a special hearing in July if you want to remain remote into August. So we have to make these findings every 30 days.
Of course. So I was prepared. I would like to reconsider, particularly in the fall, meeting in person. But for now, I'm prepared to move that we continue with the remote hearings per the staff recommendation.
I second.
Yeah, okay. So we take a vote on this, David?
Sure. Commissioner Keller.
Yes.
Commissioner
Aye.
Miller? I'm sorry. Thank you. Commissioner Miller.
Aye.
Commissioner.
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiak.
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer.
Aye.
And Chair Police.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. So continuing on. Status report.
So I believe that's Secretary Wilson has the next couple of items.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, looking at the status of the agenda today, we have two items on the standard agenda. We continue the item first item, which is the conceptual review of the Highway 101 widening project. It's my understanding that the staff and applicants team are available till noon today. So when we look at time management, be able to target ending at a time certain around noon on that item. And then moving, we have the second item, which is housing element status report by Long Range Planning Division. And that will follow the conceptual review discussion on the Highway 101 as the second item on the agenda. I can move to the projection report, Mr. Chair, if you'd like.
Yes, please.
So off to a rocky start. I gave you incorrect information already. It's not a good way to start a hearing. So I'll correct that now. So I was correct. July 20th is our next scheduled hearing, but we do not have any items projected. So the recommendation is if we want to remain remote into August or be able to have that option, we can keep that hearing and just meet briefly to make the findings again. That'll take us into August. Moving into August, our hearing, this is where I'll correct myself. We do have a hearing scheduled on August 17th, and that has 2 items on it right now. And both of those are time extensions for the roundabouts that we heard previously. So that is for August, and then moving into September, there are no things projected in September or into, and then in October, almost the end of the year, we do have 1 item projected in October. So that concludes the projection report, Mr. Chair.
Yes, I'm curious. We have this meeting today with 101 group. Will we not have another one before they go to the planning commission?
Mr. Chair and Commissioners. That is correct. The item today, and not to stray too far from the agenda, the item today is a conceptual review. This item will come back to the Montecito Planning Commission for recommendations, which will be an action to recommend to the County Planning Commission on to take action on the project. So yes, this item will be back before you for official recommendation and action. That hasn't been projected yet. And I think part of the reason for that not being projected on the projection report is these last 2 hearings, the prior one and today, is to receive comments and questions from the commission on a conceptual level, and then to go back and review those and then return for the formal action or recommendation. So once we have that timeline, that'll be on your projection report.
Okay, so there isn't a timeline for requests for funding for this project in the fall. So is that an open date as well?
I'd actually defer that till we get to the Highway 101 item, because I don't have that information, and I'm sure the applicants team can bring that up when we get to that item on the standard agenda.
All right. Okay, well, let's just move on from there then, Jeff. Or David, should we do to go towards the public comments here, or where are we here, David?
Yes, we're on public comment. I believe all of our speakers have signed up for item number 1 on our standard agenda, but as is typical, I would like to give people the opportunity. If you have, you would like to speak on any items not on today's agenda, raise your hand and I'll call on you. We do have 1 hand. And that is Bruce and Louise McKenzie.
Good morning. I don't know, but I hope that you've had the opportunity to read my letter. I perhaps was a bit wordy. It was 3 pages long, but essentially the 2 points that I made briefly was the fact that we've got a bait and switch situation with regard to the—
Mr. McKenzie, I'm sorry, this is not the time for that comment. That's for item number 1 on our standard agenda. This is for to speak on items not on today's agenda. We'll get to that a little bit later.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. With that, Chair Palici, I don't believe we have any additional speakers for general public comment.
All righty. Moving on to Planning Commissioner's informational reports. Someone want to start that? Okay, Ms. Sanauer?
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, a couple things. I did a site visit. We were all invited. It was a public NPR site visit on High Road regarding a project for a proposed sound wall. So that was last week. I've walked back and forth, as I always do, on Channel and have noticed, as others, a great degree of work on the Coral Casino, quite extensive. And Secretary Wilson, may I ask, or it's not agendized, was that a SCD, or do you know anything about that, or could you report out next month? But I've gotten a lot of questions as to why it didn't come before us. And that's
Commissioner Sinara, through the chair, I don't have any information on that. We can either report that out next week, or Mr. Seawards could follow up with you, the
Great.
Deputy Director of Development Review.
that
on
would
that.
be helpful. And just one additional point of information is, which perhaps in the director's or Mr. Wilson's report on behalf of Director Plowman regarding BOS actions, et cetera, groundwater wells and EHS. They have heard BOS yesterday and last month regarding some parameters and criteria that our GSA in Montecito is considering. So basically the nexus is the EHS would, as far as well permitting in Montecito, permitting would be under the auspices of Montecito GSA. So they're discussing, no decision has been made, but just a heads up as we are in a continued drought. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Marshall.
I had a productive conversation with Ms. Ayers about the 101 widening, and wanted to identify that. And then I, as will come up later in the presentation, spent a little bit of time bridge walking, spelunking around the bridges under the 101. So more to talk about that later. So that's it for me.
I'm having some trouble hearing you, Marshall. Did you finish?
I'm all done. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, I'm having reception problems myself here, so excuse me. So I had I had conversations with flood control, and had conversations with our supervisor for District 1, and did have a small meeting with Mr. Wilson and Ms. Plowman. Okay. Brian, you have a question?
Mr. Chair, just a recommendation that additional ex parte disclosures, I'd recommend the commission hold off until the 101 item is officially read into the record, and we can just consolidate those all at one
Okay.
time.
All right. Anybody else? I guess not. So. Can I be heard? I said, can we move on with the minutes, please, David?
Sure. Go ahead. We have 2 sets of minutes. If you'd like to take them, I'm not sure if you want to take them individually or together. The sets of minutes are May 18th and June 13th.
Yeah. Well, let's,
May I suggest that we take them individually, since I will need to abstain on one set of minutes.
Okay, let's start with
Yeah,
the,
I'm gonna have to take a pause. Can we take a 1-minute break? I need to find a better location for my computer. I'm not getting the service that I need. I hate to bother everybody, but could just hold a minute.
go just in order. Our first set would be the May 18th minutes.
Okay. Any comments from anybody on the minutes? Yes,
I,
Ms. Senauer?
yeah, I'd like to
Sure.
move to approve.
Okay, we have a second.
I second
All right.
that where this is May 18th, correct?
Yes.
Thank you. I'll second that.
All right, should we have a vote?
All right, seeing no additional comments. Commissioner Keller,
I approve.
Commissioner Miller,
Aye.
Commissioner Kupiec, Commissioner Kupiec, could you mute yourself?
Aye, sorry.
Thank
No,
you. Commissioner Senauer
Aye.
and Chair Palice.
Yes.
Motion passes 5-0.
God.
So our next set of minutes would be for the special hearing of June 13th.
Okay. All right, let's go back to the well here. Do we have anybody have a comment on any of this? Or any vote to accept? Let's try it again, Donna.
Yeah, I move to approve the minutes of June,
13th.
excuse me. Is it 16th?
13th,
13th.
13th, thank you. I apologize, thanks.
not a problem. We have a second. Okay,
I second it.
all right.
June 13th, yes.
Can we get a vote?
Yes. Commissioner Kupiec,
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer,
Aye.
Commissioner Keller,
Abstain.
and Commissioner Miller.
Abstain.
Chair Palice.
Yes.
Motion passes 3-0-2 with 2 abstentions by Commissioner Keller and Miller.
All right. Shall we move on? We have the director's report today.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, Director Plowman is out of town today, so I can give you a brief report. It'll be really brief. And I don't have information that Commissioner Sinara was talking about there. We can touch briefly on that. We aren't agendized for that discussion, but that might be something that we talk about at a future hearing potentially. In regards to the director's report, actions by the board is, I don't know if Director Plowman has briefed you since then, but we did have our budget hearings on June 14th, and the budget was adopted as proposed. There was one item that we could highlight, which is they did fund a supervising planner position for long-range planning and provided or allocated funding to use contract services for specific long-range planning projects to help with the workload in the long-range planning division. So that's one item of note. And then looking at the long-range calendar for the board of supervisors, August 16th, they're anticipating taking the project that was heard by the Montecito Planning Commission, which was the Matkins parcel map, and there's a rezone or general plan amendment associated with that. And that's going on August 16th. So that's what I have as for a director's report. As far as just a note for what Commissioner Sinauer said, the board did take action yesterday on a fee schedule for environmental health services in regards to water well permitting. That's most of the information that I have. And then just lightly, the board and environmental health, there is a government executive order in regards to drought, and that our department has been in coordination with Environmental Health Services, the Water Agency, and in regards to the groundwater sustainability plans and groundwater sustainability agencies and what their roles are in that executive order. So that's what I have at the moment.
Okay, thank you. So moving on from director's report. So we go to your
So our next
The-
item is the waived
Yeah.
hearing item. So
Right.
there's no act. So this is for the pool project at 1420 North Jameson Lane. There's no action for the commission to take today. This just acts as supplemental noticing as required by the county code here. So this is just if anyone wants to request a hearing on this item, they have until the end of July 6th to do so.
Okay. Well, with that said, I guess we can move on to the standard agenda.
All right, I think everyone is here. I'll just read that into the record. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a briefing from California Department of Transportation, Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, and Planning and Development staff, and will initiate conceptual review of the Highway 101 Widening Segment 4D project, case numbers 21 DVP 22 and 21 CDP 76. I believe that staff is ready.
Good morning, Chair Police and members of the commission. My name is Chris Schmuckel. I'm the planner for the Highway 101 Segment 4D project. To start today, I want to give a brief overview of the purpose of this meeting and the steps that this project still needs to take before I hand over the presentation to Caltrans. As a reminder, this is one of a series of conceptual review hearings where the Montecito Planning Commission can ask questions, provide comments to the applicant regarding the Highway 101 Segment 4D project. The applicant, P&D staff, and County Flood Control are here to answer and receive questions. For any questions that we aren't able to answer today, we will return with responses at a third hearing. At the third MPC hearing, commissioners can provide final comments, which will be passed on to the County Planning Commission. And after the third MPC hearing, the project will go before the County Planning Commission, who's the decision maker for the project. So since the last meeting on May 18th, staff has distributed the hydraulic analysis that Commissioner Police mentioned during the previous meeting. And in addition, Caltrans has prepared some slides to help answer some of the questions that the commissioner raised at the previous meeting. And with that, I'd like to invite Caltrans to unmute, and I'll pull up their slides so that they can begin their presentation. And following that, we'll be available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Chair Police and Commissioners, I recommend before we proceeding, that we take a pause and do ex parte by the commissioners, and then we can move forward. If that's okay with you, Mr. Chair.
Well, I think Brian suggested we pick some time. Is it right now he wants us to do it? If so, let's get started. Anybody? Bob, any comments? Marshall?
So I had a hour-long conversation with Ms. Ayers, who is doing public relations and work for Caltrans, about things we discussed in the last meeting and things coming into this meeting. Additionally, I toured the bridges of Montecito under the 101.
Thank you. Anyone else? As I was saying earlier, myself, I had visited a couple of times with our supervisor and discussed the project, and have met with flood control and as well as spoken to Jeff and Lisa about the format of this meeting. Other than that, that's about all I've got to say. Anybody else? Okay, I guess that's it. Shall we proceed with the agenda and with Caltrans?
Yeah, Chair Police, it's Fred Luna with SBK. So I'm going to start off the presentation. And we do have, SBK is one of the primary sponsors for this project. We have representatives from Caltrans, Joe Irwin, the corridor manager, and Lucas Marcellek, environmental planner. We also have other team members here representing the 101 project team. Aaron Silva has been coordinating the coastal permitting, Kirsten Ayers with public information, and we have Craig Stewart from Stantec, and the Mark Thomas team, the design team, which is led by Zach Saviglia and Christine Anderson. So we're here to be responsive and answer questions and continue off from where we left in May on the Highway 101 Montecito project. We also appreciate the MPC's interest in the schedule to keep this project moving forward, and we're happy to answer any questions about that. We're on the side, we're hoping that we could take advantage of a future MPC meeting, perhaps in August, working with your staff to come back, because that's important to meet our deadlines, and we can certainly address that going forward. As was indicated by Mr. Schmuckel, we want to thank the MPC for their questions and comments last month in May, because we did document many of those questions, and it gave us an opportunity to investigate that and come back with some responses today. In particular, there was about 5 different questions that we prepared some slides for. So I'll be running through those along with Joe Irwin, and then any follow-up for Q&A, I'll hand it over to Kirsten Ayers, and she'll facilitate that, and she'll bring in some of our team experts as needed to address those. So we can start the slide presentation.
Fred, the slides are up. Just let me know when you want me to move them forward.
Oh, okay. For some reason, I'm not seeing them.
Fred, I have a question before you get started. Do we have representatives from flood control here? I don't see anybody. I thought they were going to be on board today.
Commissioner, Chair Police, this is the planner, Chris. Flood control staff is here in the hearing room, and they'll be available to answer questions as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Thanks, Chris. For some reason, I'm not seeing the slides, but I do have a copy on my separate sheet, so I'll just I'll cue you when to advance. So
excuse me, but I'm not seeing the slides. I don't think any of us are.
Yeah.
So there's a problem with that. Thank you.
Hold on one second. They're being we're working on it right now.
Sorry about that. I was on the phone with our CSBTV staff. They're working on that.
Should we wait?
Fred, just while we're waiting, I was a little surprised by your comment. I thought you guys were thinking about getting funding if you could in the fall, early winter, at late maybe, but we have nothing on our agenda. But you have it on our agenda in your mind to come back this summer. So I'm just curious that why planning doesn't know that, but maybe someone in planning does. Have you
Yeah,
contacted?
maybe they're prepared to answer that. I know we've been texting with them this morning. I think there was an understanding that we could perhaps come back on August 17th.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll see how this meeting goes. Thank you.
Mr.
Okay,
Chair,
so-
looks like we have the slides up whenever Caltrans is ready to start.
Okay, yeah, and so I've done my intro, so you can advance to slide 2, Chris, thanks. So the first question that we wanted to be responsive to was a question by Commissioner Miller regarding information needs on the flood, the hydraulic information at each of the creeks that the 101 project is reconstructing, Oak Creek, Santa Cedar Creek, and Romero Creek. So they are being designed to the 100-year storm event. You can see the different flows and how it varies from creek to creek. And so that information is available. It's been provided. It's in the technical documents that we've submitted as part of our completion application. And it has been shared as far as technical reports with flood control. And I know there's questions about Montecito Creek, and so we have a separate slide about that. So if you can advance to the next slide. So the question regarding Montecito Creek, I think, has been that why is this not being addressed as part of the 101 project? And the project team has indicated that the flow that reaches Montecito Creek is adequately passed by the improvements that exist. And it's not only under 101, but it's under the adjacent frontage roads, which are North and South Jameson. So this slide is to indicate that the capacity for flows at the 101 and the adjacent is 5,700 cubic feet per second. That is the design flow, and so you can see it can accommodate all that theoretically. Not all that flow.
Can you just stop 1 second? You said that's a design flow based on what data are you referring to?
But this is based on, you can see the references below, and then the information that we're sharing here, Chair Puliche, is based on a Flood Control Commission study by Stantec. So it's not really related to information. We're just sharing it, and we've had pre-discussions with Flood Control on that. So if they have responses as to the background for this study, we did discuss this earlier this week about them maybe providing some response as to what the purpose of the study was done for this. You can see that not all the flow reaches 101. There are breakout sections, as we all know. And so that's indicated by the black dashed area up at the top and then the yellow lines. So that just shows where the flow breaks out of Montecito Creek and then heads into the community. Next slide. So this one, I think this was a question that you had asked to Chair Puliche about the differentiation between staggered sound walls and floodgates. And so our response in May was that floodgates were preferred in the sense that they were hydraulically more efficient option. And so we analyzed the floodgate option in lieu of analyzing staggered sound walls because floodgates are more hydraulically efficient. And so in the real world application, when we were looking at options, when sound walls were being considered to be removed, there was one area where staggered sound walls were proposed. And this was a sound wall near, I think it may be animated, Chris, if you can click on that. Yeah, right in this area. Between Hickson Road and San Isidro. So there was ample room in that area for one of the proposed sound walls to create a staggered sound wall location. And that was the only area. So this table kind of shows you the comparison of the the opening width for where flood can pass through. And so essentially the floodgate configuration is about 4 times more hydraulically efficient than the staggered sound wall option. Next slide. So we wanted to also, there was a number of questions, I think, by several of the commissioners related to the sound walls. What other strategies is the project team undertaking as far as noise attenuation? And so we prepared this slide to address several of those comments and questions. So the first thing we wanted to point out, it's in the EIR, the sound walls are not proposed as mitigation. And so these are proposed as a noise abatement strategy following a federal prescribed noise protocol for the Highway 101 project. And so any reference, and you may see that comment letters today that are referencing mitigation to mitigation are not correct. There was a question about what are the predicted noise levels as documented in the EIR and the noise study in 2040. That was the design year, the projected year for analysis. And so in the Montecito area, the sound is proposed to increase as a result of the increase in traffic and from the project improvements between 1 and 2 decibel increase. And typically on that scale, anything less than 3 decibels is pretty much inaudible or imperceptible to the human ear. We also wanted to emphasize again and throughout the process is that following the federal protocol for sound wall implementation, the local decision makers must approve this. This is step 7 in the process. And in this particular case, this is contained within the coastal permit approval process. So we're at that point right now, and that's when the change is made. So there is no bait and switch. It's always been indicated that that could potentially change if local decision makers decide that they don't want the sound walls. So what are we doing for the 101 project to address noise? So the project is including continuously reinforced concrete paving. So that is a type of paving that doesn't have the transverse joints along the concrete. So it's smooth. It's already been installed in Carpinteria. And then on top of that, the project team is including a grinding operation, which in total would reduce sound up between 4 and 6 decibels. So that is quite a bit of improvement and in the corridor, just related to the type of paving that is being proposed and being implemented. And then typically we get the question is, why don't we just add asphalt paving? Because that is quieter than concrete, typically, at least at the outset. And so that typical pavement would lose its sound attenuation quality within 3 to 4 years. And then we would have to go in and have to maintain that going forward. Lane shutdowns, night work, and that potential. Next slide. So this slide was prepared to address the question. I think both Commissioner Keller and Commissioner Senauer had asked about tree mitigation and the proposal within the 4D segment. So you can see here the guidance that the design team has looked at related to our tree mitigation strategy. In particular, we're following that mixed Montecito Parkway theme as defined in the corridor design guidelines, and this was discussed thoroughly through the design review team. And the number of trees that were originally proposed for removal has been reduced through the design process, and that was included in our application to county planning. The replacement oaks, so any oaks that are being replaced, so many of them are being replaced upsized for 36 box requirements, particularly at the interchanges for a more immediate effect. And other trees will be replaced commensurate with those tree species. And then we're continuing to work together on the placement strategy, but overall the numbers are that 136 oaks, I think that was the particular question, are being removed in segment 4D, and we're mitigating that by replacing 230 oaks. Not all of those can be installed in the Montecito segment, so some of those will be installed in the 4C segment, the Summerlin segment. Next slide. So I'm going to hand it off to Joe Irwin, and he's going to address the landscape maintenance question.
Right. Thank you, Fred and Joe Irwin. I'm the Caltrans Corridor Manager for the Route 101 projects from Carpinteria through Santa Barbara. And yes, I wanted to discuss the landscape maintenance period. Understanding the importance of the oak replanting that Fred just discussed and our other landscaping that we're taking on into the project. Caltrans wants to ensure that the project is successful. We want to ensure that that planting and that oak replanting is successful. So typically on a Caltrans project, we have a landscape maintenance period that's 3 years or 3 years of plant establishment. Understanding that the nearby roundabouts have a 5-year maintenance period, and in our support of the community's desire and our desire to see the success in the replanting, the project team is supportive of using that same 5-year plant establishment period for Montecito. So wanted to put that out there that we're not going with the typical landscape establishment period, but we're going above and beyond that to that 5-year period, similar to the roundabouts. And so I'll hand it back to Fred.
Hey, thank you, Joe. And I think that concludes the questions we wanted to address up front, more of a clarifications or specific responses to some of the key things that we heard from May. We understand there obviously would be some follow-up. If there's references to our previous presentation, hopefully we could have county staff bring that up just for our team's edification, since we don't have that available to us right now. So, but I'll hand it back to the chair and county staff for further questions.
Does county staff have something to say before we go to the commissioners?
Chair Police, members of the commission, I have one clarification from a question earlier about the timing. So we haven't added the follow-on presentation to the projection report yet, because we want to receive questions today and make sure that we can provide adequate responses in time to meet the next project meeting. However, we are, we do want to see this project move forward quickly. And so if we are able to meet the August date, then we'll do our best to try and meet that.
You know, I must say it right now that I think that's very fictional in my mind. I don't see how we could be prepared by then, but we could say what you want. But I was just curious on what Caltrans was thinking. However, I would think that some of the requests we might have might take longer than 45 days to complete. But anyway, we could just, without making judgments, we can move on. Who wants to make their first comments here? Okay, Marshall, you want to get started?
Sure, I'm happy to lead off. Mr. Villalobos, would it be possible to pull up my slides for Montecito Creek?
Oh, just give us just 1 minute, Commissioner Miller.
So
after,
in my,
go ahead.
Okay, here they are. So in my conversations with Ms. Ayers, I want to identify a couple things. First of all, the maps that I showed the last time, I had pulled them from Microsoft Maps, but that it showed a jog in the box or bridge that doesn't really exist in real life. So if we could go to the next slide. And so it doesn't jog under the freeway, but it is a straight shot. So I went down and took a look at it because I was curious about this. And this is a picture from the north side of the bridge. So the mountainside looking down through the bridge, and it's long and it's wide. And at this end of the bridge, it has 13 feet 7 inch clearance. My measurements were taken with my Apple measuring thing that is in an iPhone. So accuracy is And then, so to the next slide. This is the shot from the south side. And what has happened here is that the clearance, it remains the same width, but the clearance is much, much tighter, meaning the ground is a lot closer to the top of the bridge on the south side than it is on the north. And on the side that looks the most pinched in this picture, the clearance is only 3 feet 8 inches. And so it is a much tighter space. And the concerns that we were, and so I'm sorry, next slide. So what if you're looking at it, this is kind of, assuming that the road on top is flat, it's a wide mouth at one end and it narrows significantly at the other end. And so with this as the context for the bridge, next slide. This is now the view from the south side of the bridge looking downstream. It's headed in general towards the ocean, though you can't see the ocean from here. And my concern and questions on this is that this is not a steep grade down from the bridge. So the idea of dramatically excavating to go lower at the bridge to create more clearance wouldn't necessarily, unless it continues to have fall going downstream from that, debris would collect again. And so I want to be the first to admit I am a farmer, not a civil engineer, but that my concern and question about this is whether it is now or whether it is in the future, making this bridge capable of allowing water and debris material to flow under the bridge, would that require raising the bridge higher? And if that is indeed the case, that the bridge has to go up, that does that have an impact on the road in terms of the grade of the road going up to a higher bridge and then back down the other side from a higher bridge? So with this as context, my question to, first of all, to county flood control, who's provided the model for this bridge, if you could tell us about the engineering capacity of this bridge. When we were presented with this last month at the meeting, it was a discussion of only allowing water to flow through. And it was not a discussion that the model was built evaluating the water flow and not necessarily water plus debris. And so my first question is the model that was being talked about today, did it factor in 1, debris flow, 2, did it factor in a future state where it is not flowing through our neighborhoods, flowing through the Oaks, flowing past Casadrin, where it's jumping the banks? But assuming there is a county flood control project in the future that it manages to keep water and debris within the confines of the creek, is this bridge capable of that? And then my final part of it is it being modeled on its original design specifications, or is it being modeled on the space of the actual opening as we see it now, kind of current conditions? So that was a whole bunch of questions for county flood control. I'm happy to repeat them one by one if that would be preferred, but that's where I'd like to kind of lead off with with you all providing guidance to us about here.
Well, before we get to the answers to your questions, maybe I want to make sure that there's not competing, or like, for example, Commissioner Keller, do you have a comment about what Marshall's saying, or do you want to add something to that?
No, I think that it would be good if we explored this specific item fully, because my comments are about other things, and I think the other commissioners may as well. I'll have that.
All right. And then I would like to say, so while we have you here with Marshall with your question, I asked the question earlier about mapping, and I'm curious on when we were talking about water coming to that culvert. As I understand it, the map that we're using is all bridges and culverts above the freeway will be blocked, and water will go wherever it wants to go. And so necessarily the flow will be slower to get to the freeway. So if we had unblocked, no bulkheads, and it controlled the debris further up, the water would come and it'd be a lot more water than we're contemplating in what you said, Fred. So it will beg a question that I'll bring up later about what map we're using and is it appropriate to use the map we're using? Because I think it's very, very conservative, and it doesn't really, I don't believe, give us a true example of what water is potentially coming to the freeway. So anyway, I'll stop there and I'll come back to my questions, but let's go back to your question. So Marshall, again, how would you want your questions answered, and where do you want to start at again?
So I want to start is that Fred presented that this was a county flood control model about the ability of this bridge to absorb likely capacity, the capacity of flow that would go under it. And so my first question is does the model being used, is it a water only model or is it a water plus material model? That's question number one. Question number two is it relates to your kind of bulkheads and tributaries being shut off potentially in a scenario where we are able to keep all the water and material in the creek bed and not flowing down Olive Mill and not flowing through our neighborhood. Is this underpass or bridge capable of absorbing that volume? And then my third question is the modeling based on a design specification of the bridge, or is it based on the current capability of it? Because with its wide mouth and small stomach, or kind of how it goes from wide to narrow on the vertical axis, it would appear that the capabilities of the bridge may have either changed over time or I don't want to speculate too much. Those are my three questions.
So, Fred, do we want to let flood control or someone make comments on this, or do you want to?
There's portions of this, I think, that can be addressed by flood control. Regarding the improvements at 101, we are prepared to answer some of those questions. So from our team members. So however the chair would choose to.
Well, let's see if we can get some answers from what we just heard the questions of from flood control. Is there someone there? Is Walter or Matt there?
Yeah, Chair Police, Commissioners, Matt Griffin, Engineering Manager, County Flood Control. To point of clarification, the model is a Caltrans model. It's not a flood control model. I'll attempt to answer some of the questions. I'm not sure.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Did I misunderstand you, Fred? I thought you said that what you were showing us was the flood control model earlier. This is, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'm wanting clarification of what we're saying here.
Commissioner Miller, if you could just this was actually flood control answering. If we could just let them answer first, and then we can have follow-up questions, that would be helpful. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Regarding the upstream question, the bridge at Montecito Creek at Hot Springs is undersized, as is the concrete line channel downstream of that bridge that runs along Casa Dorinda property to the Montecito Creek debris basin. 300 or 400 linear feet of concrete line channel is also undersized. We believe that if those were improved, that capacity is on the order of 5,700 CFS, which is what I believe Caltrans is saying is the capacity of the existing culvert at the 101. Regarding the cross-sectional area below 101, that should probably be answered by Caltrans. And I believe the modeling regarding bridge capacity is a water-only model.
I have a question. Did you state that the 5,700 is a number where all the water from Montecito Creek comes down from the mountains and doesn't get detoured or jumped its borders? Because I thought we're under the assumption that the model we're using has the slower motion of the creek by virtue of it spreading across the neighborhoods. Are you telling me the 5,700 represents having all the water in the creek?
I'm saying if those upstream improvements were made, yes, then that represents all the water in the creek.
Only a 100-year storm. You're not figuring anything more than that, right?
Correct.
Commissioner Miller, did this answer all your questions?
I think that we then want to direct the question to Caltrans about and Mr. Luna about the model that the model. Well, actually, I'm sorry. Let me back up. This follow-up question to county flood control. Your model currently has not just water, but water and debris flow. That is the reason why we're not able to have sound walls. Am I correct? That the concern that the water plus the debris would be back to, it's not a water only model as it relates to the ability to have sound wall analysis. Am I understanding that correctly?
Sure. Let me clarify. So in discussions with Caltrans, we agreed that bridge capacity analysis can be done with the effective FEMA mapping flows. Our primary concern are the sound walls. This is an area of commingled floodplains, very complex flooding, a history of real flooding, not just theoretical flooding. We have grave concerns with thousands of linear feet of impassable sound walls in an area where there's already a flooding problem. So we directed Caltrans to analyze impacts of the sound walls using the advisory flood mapping. That's the mapping that has been adopted by the Board of Supervisors and that we apply to development throughout Montecito for the past 4 years. We have found that mapping to be a very good tool that has worked well in other areas. So the sound walls were analyzed using the advisory mapping, and the bridge capacities are analyzed using the FEMA effective mapping.
And let me commend county flood control. I realize a series of directed questions can come across as aggressive, and let me commend county flood control for using the more updated maps and voicing what is the concern around these sound walls. The nature of my question goes to the notion that we need a public works process that solves the problem of water and debris flowing through our neighborhood. That we all lived the experience of the 1-9 debris flow. We, in some cases, lost friends in that experience, and so it's a very personal, visceral topic, and being safe is critical. My fundamental concern and the reasons for my questions on this topic is that if we take the more recent model that you're referring to, that is the model around the floodplain, and we assume that that county flood control executes on projects at some point that allow that to all be retained in the creek bed and not flow through our communities, providing a hazard, That would, one, allow for the construction of sound walls, I assume. Two, it would keep our communities safe. But the third element is it would all somehow have to then get under the bridge. And my concern about us not using the more recent model of how to get under the bridge, we will find ourselves in a situation where if we do all of that work, we still can't install sound walls because the bridge becomes its own barrier. And this is where the last time around, at the last meeting, I had asked for an understanding of the bridge's capacity in the context of, and I'm sorry, sir, what were the two you had labels for the two models, and I want to be using your terminology.
Sure.
What were they?
The FEMA effective model was in effect prior to the debris flow, and then post debris flow is the advisory flood model.
So that the big question is this bridge capable of handling an advisory model to water and material safely getting under it and getting to the ocean? And if it's from where I sit, it sounds like we've got kind of an older model being used in part of this project and a newer model being used in another part of this project. And that to me raises a series of concerns. So I appreciate that. So I think with that, I would direct my questions to Caltrans about when we look at the FEMA model, is it modeled on the design capabilities or is it designed on the current state of the Montecito Creek Bridge? And two, what is necessary or has the work been done to answer the question of whether or not this bridge is capable of allowing all of the water and material in an advisory model scenario to get safely under the bridge? Those are my two questions to Caltrans.
Commissioner Miller and Chair Police, I think taking all of Commissioner Miller's questions and additional answers by flood control, I think what we're looking at here is really the discussion about the longer term process. And there is an Army Corps of Engineers study that County Flood Control is currently undertaking. Caltrans has agreed to be part of the study, as they typically are part of these studies in terms of the larger watershed studies and planning efforts that go on. I think the majority of the questions that I'm hearing you ask relate to that, because what we have now is we have a set of hydraulic models that are in place in terms of the FEMA mapping and things like this. And what your questions relate to are changes in that mapping that would occur through a larger watershed study that are different from the advisory mapping, which was related, as Matt Griffin can explain more in terms of what Chair Police was saying about culverts blocked and things like that. And I think, Marshall, what you're asking for is that longer term study that looks at not necessarily everything blocked, but that combination of water flow and debris. And that would need to be a new study to set those standards and parameters.
Well, I think before we.
Respectfully, that's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is that the advisory model has some assumptions about water volume and debris flow volume, because those are being applied against hitting the sound wall. And what I'm saying is that whatever those assumptions are by total volume and rate of flow, is the current bridge capable of allowing all of that volume at its rate of flow and volume of material and water to handle? Is the current bridge capable of handling that? I understand that we have the FEMA model, which I'll call good. We've got the advisory model, which I'll call better, and some future model that I'll call best. We would obviously all like to have best, but we are in a situation where all we have is good and better. And what I'm hearing is that this successfully works in the good model. I'm asking, is this bridge capable of absorbing in the better model? And I think that if the work hasn't been done, the work hasn't been done. But I think that is the critical answer. That is the crux of what I'm getting at. And then I'd like to follow that up with, is the modeling done on a design capacity or is it done on current state capacity?
So
Okay,
can
well,
flood control help us with this here? I don't think pushing it for a future study. We need more understanding now before we can actually have any opinion whether or not we accept what we're hearing. Because flood control, as I understand it, are using a model that does not take in consideration the changes that have occurred the last few years in a large San Ysidro basin and a large Cold Springs basin, modification to other areas in the creek bed, as well as the idea that are we using, and I understand this to be true, but I hear different answers actually just now, but I understand that the flow that we're having, it would go down to Montecito Creek under the bridge, was water that did not include block culverts that went through our neighborhood. So I want to go back to the answer that I got before. Are you saying that your study you're using, because I understand the flood control study had blocked culverts, are you saying that your study we're using for this understanding of the amount of water that would go under this bridge is for unblocked, unbulkheaded creeks that included the new modifications to the basins so that we'll get more clear water through there, so we'll end up getting more water and not just debris? So I'm just curious. I don't believe we have that, and I want to make sure that I am correct with that. Flood control, can you answer that?
This is Matt Griffin. In response to Commissioner Kubiak's question, that is a good question. I don't have, it's difficult for us to explain what we don't have the criteria or the scope of what a future project would be. So it's difficult for us to answer that question. Regarding Chair Police's question about the advisory mapping, like I said, the advisory mapping is being applied to the analysis of the sound walls. We feel that advisory mapping is still the best available information for that analysis.
But wait a minute, stop right there. Hold the sound walls for a second. Could you just answer simply my question? Are we using the capacity of the water flow under the freeway based on blocked culverts or bulkheaded culverts upstream? Yes or no?
Well, I understand the question. It's, as I stated earlier, there's two analyses occurring. One is the analysis of the bridges, and one is the analysis for the sound walls. The analysis for the bridges uses the effective mapping, which is water only, non-plugged bridges and culverts. The analysis for the sound walls uses the advisory mapping, which assumes plugged culverts and bridges, and we feel that approach is still appropriate and the best available information.
Well, I disagree with you wholeheartedly. I don't think having it, if you look at the last 2,000-year storm, the one we're talking about that killed 23 people, a lot of culverts were not blocked. They took water. There's some that were blocked. So you're assuming a scenario that's not really accurate, and you don't have mapping to explain that. And so my concern is that we're using the wrong data to arrive at the amount of water that will hit Montecito Creek under the freeway. I just think that we lack data. And I think before anybody, namely on this commission, can come up with a fair acceptance of the size of that culvert or the fact that you don't want to change it to make it any larger, we would like to have more data that tells us that. Because I don't think the data we're using now is inaccurate data, because I don't think it puts in all the factors. You can go so far back as to say the whole project was based on an EIR that's 20 years ago. And all the knowledge we have now from flood control and the climate change and the weather and the big storms, it's a lot more information. And I don't know whether or not we are applying any of that because I don't see any modifications based on the original design. So I'm asking, for example, if you were to use an partially unblocked, where you had the creeks and the bridges that were open and operated even through this terrible debris flow that we had, if you add that and don't have it unblocked, you're going to get a lot more water hitting the freeway. So your model you're using does not even give us the information that we should have based on the experience of the last and the most horrific storm we've had.
Chair Palucci, this is Walter Rubalcaba, County Flood Control. I just want to, I want to back up just a second here if I can. It is an important element. We keep talking about debris flow, bulking, the bridges. I want to break this up into two categories. Let's talk about the sound walls first. Forget about, for just a second, the debris flow. We've had 7 flooding events in the last 60 years that have flooded 101. And there's probably been more. That's just the documented ones. So county flood control, even without the debris flow, is not comfortable putting a linear barrier across all those creeks in the Montecito area. Regardless of what mapping, whether it's recovery mapping or effective mapping, we're not comfortable with it. We have a history of flooding. That's documented. 1969, twice in 95, 1998, 2005, 2018, 2019, closed the 101 due to flooding. That's why we're not comfortable. On the bridges, yes, it is using, to answer the question, it is using the FEMA effective mapping, which is clear flow, and it doesn't include bulking. So I think it's a fair question to ask Caltrans and the team, is bulking considered? And if not, why not? That's a fair question. But I think to get in the weeds of the recovery mapping or the effective mapping is a relevant question, but we're just going to keep spinning. I'll answer the question. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, what we're trying to prevent, is an occurrence of what we've just witnessed. And granted, it was a rare, species of a storm. But if we're going to build a freeway, we should consider all possibilities of how much water could go underneath that freeway. And if we did that, it would be larger than that we're talking about. And that would cause us to have a larger flow to the ocean. So we have to at least acknowledge that. And if we acknowledge that, then that means, are we going to build a freeway and at least modify the box culvert at Montecito to handle, a storm that's different than what we've experienced before, and one that doesn't have bulkheads or blocked bridges, or if it's pure water, because water and debris that flow over the land is a lot slower than what would go in a confined space of a channel, namely Montecito Creek. And so I'm asking, doesn't it make sense that we fix our situation, at least prepare for the future? And then if you modify the box underneath the freeway, you would think you would modify the downflow to the ocean, at least that much. Whether we don't have time or money to fix, what's currently issues north of the freeway, would at least take care of the freeway and going south to the ocean. I mean, that's just do you not agree with that, Walter? Or am I missing something here?
Yeah, Chair Palucci, I'm going to try to get to your question. I just want to make this note also. If we equate this to trying to design for a seismic event, right? We don't size for a 9.0. We look at probability. So when Caltrans, county transportation, we're building bridges all through, and they have been built all through Montecito, most of those bridges are not designed for a Thomas fire debris flow. Why? Because we would probably be raising the elevation of the road 15 feet in some areas, expanding them, making them 100 feet, and taking out homes adjacent to all these roadways. So what we do is we look at probability. And the probability shows that a 100-year flow, considering bulking, is a general engineering practice that is accepted, and not to design for worst case scenario, because it's not cost feasible to do that throughout the county, the state, or the country. So we have to take reasonable practices when we take on design. So
I don't disagree with you, Walter. That,
Yeah.
I understand that. I'm actually saying that. I'm
Right.
saying that we're not designed even for what is a storm that's someplace between full flow on the creek and flooding the neighborhoods. I'm just saying, if we do develop and have the retention ponds and basins large enough upstream, we're gonna have more water flow and less debris flow. I think you would agree with that. And because of that, we should have the ability to move that water for it, whether it's a 100-year storm or 200-year storm, through the freeway and out. So if I just don't see how I think your analysis to this point is actually conservative, and that knocks out the sound walls. I don't agree that we should be able to put them in now, but it'd be nice to be able to have a future flood control that would allow us in the freeway and the water flow to the ocean. So we could put some sound walls up. I mean, it's not an impossible task. It's just something that we should have our eyes open and understand now. And I don't think that Caltrans, as much as I really want this freeway completed, I think that we should make sure, based on the best data we can come up with, that we're building a culvert underneath that freeway, and one that goes to the ocean that's appropriate. That's all I'm saying here.
Chair Police, it seems to me that we're veering into an area that's more discussion than question asking, which is what I thought this particular section was about.
So
Okay,
let-
we can move on. Go ahead.
no, I'd like to go back to two of my questions. One, a question for Caltrans. In a scenario where the advisory model has been mitigated so that it stays in the creek beds, and that is what we're not building sound walls the reason we're not building sound walls is not a 2,000-year flood. It's not the million to one odds. It's because the county flood control has a reasonable concern that these flood walls would be a problem in a 100-year flood scenario, but they're using the different advisory model. What I'm saying, the question is a 100-year flood, but with the advisory model assumptions, and that county flood control has done work to prevent that from flowing through our neighborhoods in a 100-year model scenario. Has that model been analyzed against Montecito Creek? That's question number one. Question number two is the analysis, whether it's the FEMA model or the advisory model, is that being done against a theoretical design capacity, or is that being done against its current state? When you saw my pictures of how it's only 3.5 feet, 3 feet 8 inches high in one spot, which scenario is that? So those are my two questions to Caltrans.
So thank you, Commissioner Miller. I think the first start, I'm going to start, and then I'm going to hand it over to Fred and Joe, because I think they both have some additional information to share. So County Flood Control stated this, but I think it's important just to restate, is that the advisory mapping assumes the culverts and bridges are blocked. So when you ask if the bridge has been analyzed against that in terms of capacity, that mapping assumes it's blocked. So the mapping we have to use to determine could it carry the water flow in the study that Fred shared shows the amount of water before it jumps out of Montecito Creek. That's at 5,700 CFS, and the bridge capacity at Highway 101, which is actually 5,700 CFS. In reality, right now, not all of that water can get to the bridge, as you know, because it jumps out of the creek, but that's the difference. And I'm going to now hand it over to Fred or Joe. Fred probably first, and then Joe Irwin at Caltrans to give you some more information. Fred?
Mine's more of just a comment on an appreciation for flood control and being consistent. We started this discussion, well over a year ago, meetings with Tom Fayram and John Fry, and we appreciate Walter and Matt. We early on asked for the design parameters by which we were going to move this project forward, and they came up with a solution that we thought was reasonable for the project. And we did the analysis that showed that we were going to use the effective map for the hydraulic culverts and bridges through the corridor and the advisory mapping as adopted by the Board of Supervisors for the sound walls. That's how we proceeded forward. And so we appreciate that consistency in the design parameters. And I don't want to, we also have our technical experts here, so I'll hand it over to Joe. And
Fred, can I, you made some comments there that I want to make sure I understand this right. So the EIR that was prepared was flooding analyzed adequately, do you believe? And has it been updated since 2018? This analysis. I mean, you're telling me that we're using a block bridges as your analysis. I'm just curious on your capacities based on, sounds like it's not the potential for more water based on unblocked creeks. Is that not true, or am I?
So it's always good to try to reiterate the question. So I think your early question has been answered both by county staff, flood control staff. Is that does all the water that does the 5,700 cubic feet per second get to the bridge? And so that is the answer to that is, yeah, that bridge at Montecito Creek can handle that. I think the question from Commissioner Miller, if I may finish, is still something that we can have our experts weigh in on, but I do want to hand it over to Joe from Caltrans. And also, if we need to bring in our expert from Stantec, who did the study for both flood control and has worked on the 101 project. So it would be nice to get his input as well.
Yeah, so to Commissioner Miller's point, and I think Kirsten answered this, but I just want to reiterate that the recovery mapping does not have the same volume reaching Montecito Creek as the current effective mapping, right? Because that recovery mapping assumes it's blocked and assumes it's going everywhere. So there's not like a golden nugget of information that's sitting there at the head of Montecito Creek that we can directly apply to this project. So in lieu of that, in lieu of having a model that is trying to get to what you're asking for, we're left with, well, what is the best available? What is the current effective mapping? And that is what we've used in this analysis for Montecito Creek to show that, yes, if all the water stays within the creek, if it gets past Casa de Renta, if it stays within the banks through Montecito, then it will cross underneath the freeway, right? So that is the mapping that we have to use, and that's what the analysis shows, that the creek can handle that. And the second question that you had regarding, is it modeled under the current state where you went out and measured it versus the design state, right? So this modeling that and the analysis is done is in 2017, right? So it's not, we didn't go out yesterday and measure the bridge, the measurements of the bridge to be able to say, okay, this is what that capacity is, right? We haven't done that based off of the current. Now, if that's a maintenance issue between Caltrans and the county, because it's not just the Caltrans bridge, right? It's also county bridges under North and South Jameson. If it's a maintenance issue, then that's something that we can have our public works departments work together on and make sure that we're not artificially reducing the capacity of the bridge. But the modeling is based off of those design parameters. So that's to get to your second question, Commissioner Miller. And then if hand it back.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. Mr. Irwin, I think I understand what you're saying, and I understand that this is the current state of things, and that county flood control is being very intellectually honest and making the tough decisions around the idea that in our current state, this creek jumps its banks and goes into people's homes. And we all need to kind of confront that ugly reality face on. As a representative of the public, as I see my role here, our community cannot accept that reality as an ongoing reality going forward. That we have to assume that there is a solution at some point in the future upstream to keep the water and material in the creek. That project doesn't exist, and I understand that. And it's outside of the scope of what we're talking about. But where this becomes very relevant is it's not just clear water, even in rainstorms that are not as much debris as came down in 1/9, but in 100-year floods, it's still a combination of water and debris, the way these creeks flow. The advisory model has a certain amount of water and a certain amount of mud flowing all over the place on the floodplain. My question, and so what we're saying is everything that is left over will successfully make it through Montecito Creek. But given that the current reality is not an acceptable thing for the future, the question that I'm trying to pose is, I understand we can build better models into the future, but that the advisory model, which in my good, better, best example, I'll call this the better, if all of that is successfully kept within the banks of the Montecito Creek, and we know the volume of it because it's the volume that's being applied against the sound walls, the volume of material and water, not just clear water, but the material that would be hitting the sound walls. Instead, it's going under the creek. Is there an example of the advisory model volumes being fully contained in the creek and successfully getting under the 101?
Commissioner Miller, I don't think we're talking about apples to apples in this scenario, but I'd like to have Craig Stewart from Stantec take a shot at answering your question because he's the hydraulic expert. And so
I'm sorry, Joe, I didn't mean to ask the wrong person. Yeah, no, thank you, Kristen.
Commissioner Miller, I'm Craig Stewart with Stantec, an engineer that has worked, as Joe Irwin has indicated, both for the county, for Caltrans, and a number of private entities over the years. I've lived through most of these floods. I'm a Santa Barbara resident. I have been practicing engineering for over 40 years in the area. I think as has been explained, we may be looking at apples and oranges, but when you're talking about the advisory flood model, this was prepared, and I was involved in part of the preparation of that model. This was prepared as a interim model that was to allow people in Montecito to safely build until FEMA could restudy the flooding through Santa Barbara, I should say through the Montecito area. It makes assumptions that would never be made on a normal FEMA study. It assumes that the watersheds are fully burned and are contributing a lot more debris than would normally be. FEMA does not study study debris flows. They don't map debris flows. So they map flowing water. And as a joint operation with Santa Barbara County and FEMA, they developed the criteria for the flow rates that would come down. And the flow rates for the advisory mapping are approximately double what the 100-year flow would normally be to account for all these things. Is the worst case scenario to allow people to build up, rebuild before the new flood mapping would be available, which will be available in the next several years. So it's the advisory flood maps are worst case by all means, and they're allowing people to position their homes up high enough to avoid a flood that would happen in probably 5 years or so after the Montecito debris flow. As we are sizing bridges and culverts for Santa Barbara for the US 101, we are not sizing them for that double 100-year flow rate. We are sizing them according to the agreed upon criteria of FEMA flows. I don't know what else you're asking. Have we modeled using the advisory flood mapping? Have we assumed that water stays in the creeks? The model isn't built that way. The model is built to go to show where the water goes, not where we want it to stay. So I think we have we have a case of, you'd like to have a planning study, which would in the future design what would how large would the channels have to be, how many houses would have to be removed, et cetera, to get all the water down, not only for Montecito Creek, but we'd be talking about other creeks as well. And that doesn't exist. We're not there yet. And
can I ask you a question? But there is a study that was done, maybe you took part in it, with unblocked and blocked. And so there is an unblocked scenario that shows accelerated water coming down the creek. Is that 5,700, or is 5,700 in Montecito Creek based on blocked culverts?
This is two different models. The FEMA models assume they use one method of analysis, which is a one-dimensional analysis. I'm sorry, I'm getting into the weeds. But they're two entirely different approaches. The advisory model is assuming that the bridges are blocked. It has never been modeled with the bridges open in the advisory model. It's not that information is not available.
It's not available, but wasn't there a study that showed what unblocked were, what water capacity could be there? I thought we have that.
We have the FEMA model. That's what's available. That has unblocked bridges.
Okay, and what does that flow tell us that hits the freeway?
That there's capacity.
There's capacity, meaning it's
information that was presented on the exhibit. The 5,700 CFS makes it under the bridge at Montecito Creek. Did not make it under the bridges at San Isidro, Romero, or Oak Creek, and for that reason, the bridges are enlarged and then bulkheaded back, so that we're waiting for future capacity downstream to be addressed.
Craig, is this a 100-year or 200-year rain event that this model is based on?
Which model are we talking about?
The FEMA model.
FEMA model is the 100-year event.
Okay.
So you're saying we're going to put bulkheads in to restrict the flow because of the downstream below the freeway?
That is correct. That's on the three other bridges: Oak, San Isidro, and Romero. We don't need to do that on Montecito Creek. Montecito Creek has sufficient capacity.
Okay. And did you see
sorry.
Go ahead.
Mr. Stewart, I want to make sure I'm properly understanding. I very much appreciate your comments and help on this. You're guiding me, and I'm being informed. I'm learning, and I appreciate that. But if help me understand if what I'm saying is correct, that the building of homes and the building of sound walls is currently being done under a model that is kind of 2x the 100-year flood. It is a more aggressive model. And so when I build the casita in my backyard, that's a 200-year flood model of whether that's yes or no. But that the freeway bridges are being built to the 100-year flood model.
That is correct.
So the design standards and criteria for building individual homes is much higher than the design criteria for the bridges through this area for the 101. The 101.
Commissioner Miller.
Understanding that correctly.
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate it.
For the short term, this is an interim or what they call recovery mapping until the new FEMA mapping comes out. This is only to allow people who wanted to rebuild quickly to build their homes.
And I appreciate that, but that we are using that someday there's a different design. What I'm hearing is that if the bridge was a house, it wouldn't be fun. We wouldn't be able to build it under the design criteria that we're using, but that someday there will be design criteria for these bridges that would potentially make them obsolete in, let's say the study is done in 5 years. 5 years from now, we may come to the conclusion that all of the bridges currently being constructed or not being reconstructed do not meet the updated design criteria.
Mr. Miller, I think that's a question better answered by the county staff.
Well, but I think from a flood model design piece, maybe let me rephrase. Mr. Stewart, in your mind, as someone who is an expert in this space, is a future model likely to be less stringent, as stringent, or more stringent than the FEMA model currently being used for these bridges in light of the work that you've done on the advisory study that we're currently using for other things?
It will be different. That's all I can say. That's all I can say right now is it will be different.
Well, different is that I would assume different means we need more capacity, not we need less capacity.
Different means that I can't comment on something I don't know.
Well, we do know what the Army Corps of Engineer recommended. And I thought I read somewhere where they said 5,700 at one point, but then they changed it to 7,400 at Montecito Creek. So I just really would like a more definitive, if we could, so that we would or overbuild the culvert or actually build a culvert in Montecito Creek that covers all possibilities, at least within reason. I know we can't do it for 2,000 years, but it seems like we're just barely have enough and there's no buffer. And it's predicated on not being able to handle much more below the freeway either. But I'll quit talking, and if you don't have a comment on that, I'll just.
I can't comment on what I don't know.
True, and so could we know more if we had better and more developed mapping that would show us our improvements to the retention basins, maybe even the collections of the cages up higher up the creek? I mean, there's so many other factors that could play into this thing that would give us a more clear flow and possibly give us more water under the freeway. But I guess we're not prepared to talk about that.
Chair Police, I think Chair Police, I think the other aspect that was a little bit hard to see on the screen, that maybe Chris could pull up the slide again. I think it was slide 3. where we're standing today with how much actually can reach Montecito Creek Bridge at the freeway and North Jameson and South Jameson versus what the capacity of the mapping that we have that shows how much is in the creek. There's quite a significant difference. So the concern, and this is where it's, thank you, Chris, for enlarging. So the concern is there's already a significant difference in how much water actually gets to the freeway bridge and North Jameson Bridge, South Jameson Bridge, since they're all connected. And you can see that there is a difference in upstream is the 5,700 cubic feet per second. The bridge itself has the capacity to handle that, but right now that amount of flow doesn't get there because it breaks out of the creek. But I see Jeff Wilson would like to say something, so maybe we turn it over to him for a second and then can see how we
I
want
want to make
proceed.
sure that we allow the other commissioners to speak freely here. I've hogged it with Marshall, and I see Susan's hand's been up for a long time, and you too, Bob. So Jeff, unless you have something real important, I'd like to hear from these commissioners. Go ahead, Jeff.
Chair, I don't know if it's real important. Chair Palice and commissioners, I just wanted to echo what you just said. Looking at time management, we're at 10:44 and we're going to noon. And so we do have 3 other commissioners that I believe wanted to provide some comment. And we do have 8 public speakers, I think. So we want to be able to provide time for the public speakers, the other commissioners to provide their concepts. And just
And we can't go longer than that?
I believe it's a hard stop at noon. And so if for time management, we have.
What's the hard stop for?
I believe the applicant and flood control have other engagements.
Limited time?
Limited time. So it's a hard stop at noon. And so I would ask, as the commissioners look towards wrapping up today, to be able to summarize their conceptual comments, to provide any question comments as we end the meeting today to the applicants as we move into the next phase. So back to you, Chair Palice, as far as I think we're on the same page.
I hear what you're saying, Jeff, but I find it somewhat disappointing that we can't have the amount of time we need. It happened the last time. And so we're now, if it takes longer for a lot line adjustment, we'll sit around for 12 hours, but something this critical to the public, we have these hard stops, and I find it's really unrewarding. But I'll just let Susan speak next, and we'll see if we can get as much done as possible. Go ahead, Susan.
Thank you. I want to say that I don't just feel we're dealing with apples and oranges, but we're dealing with an entire fruit salad here, because there are so many variables. And if I were listening to this completely unprepared, I would be incredibly confused and concerned at the various standards that are being used, at the various descriptions and words that are being used. And I just feel there has not been a comprehensive approach to this planning. We are working with several different maps with different standards, and it's disturbing that we've just spent an hour focusing on flow under Montecito Creek without going back to address, I think, the thing that is most concerning to the community, the elimination of the sound walls. I would like to just say, in response to Mr. Luna's presentation about the original questions, that the semantic difference between what is an abatement or a mitigation is not important in terms of if you're living next to a freeway and you want to have less noise. I think the whole notion is the people who are living next to the freeway want to be assured that everything has been done to have less noise and less impact on their lives as a result of the expanded, enlarged freeway. I also think that we have avoided the importance of the aesthetic purposes of the sound walls, which is not at all comparable to fences with greenery that may or may not survive a 5-year period of growth and cultivation. And I think that people in Montecito are not at all going to be mollified by the fact that trees that we have lost in Montecito that we ordinarily would be obligated to have replaced are going to be moved to Summerland. Somehow, I don't think people are going to be real happy to know that Summerland is getting the trees that we have lost and the parkway that we have lost in Montecito, which has always been an incredible part of the attraction of Montecito. But going back, if I may, to some of the discussion that we've had, just to clarify, and I'm sorry, I don't know at this point who I should be asking this question of. I have heard effective mapping, I have heard advisory modeling, I have heard recovery mapping, and I have heard the FEMA model. And I'm wanting to be sure that we're clear that the FEMA model is the one that is allowing for the 100-year flow, and that this is anticipated to be revised, updated, and changed, whether for the good or for the worse, we don't know, within the next few years. Can someone just confirm that understanding I have? Who can help me, please?
This is Matt, County Flood Control. A point of clarification, recovery mapping and advisory mapping are the same thing.
Okay, good.
I do like the good, better, best analogy. The FEMA mapping is essential. FEMA produced both the effective mapping and the recovery mapping. So the effective mapping essentially is what is being used now for water under the freeway.
I'm sorry, excuse me for interrupting you, but you just said that the recovery and the advisory are the same, but the advisory is not the same as the FEMA.
Well, FEMA, FEMA produced both maps. And so the terminology is a little complex and confusing. I'll refrain from using FEMA. The effective mapping is what's in effect, is what's being used currently for the water under the bridges. And then the new mapping is in the works. It's not at a point yet where it can be considered the best available information. That's still, a year or more down the line. I'm not sure if that answers your question or not.
No, I think it's the clarification is helpful, but it really disturbs me to know that we're being forced to make a decision and a recommendation now about something that may change in a year. And that would be prior to the freeway actually getting constructed in this area. So it seems to me that this whole project is coming across to me as being incredibly piecemeal, and that certain assumptions are being made that affect people's lives and property without a really comprehensive view of what's happening here. And I am not willing to relinquish the notion that the sound walls can be made to work, especially since with very, very similar circumstances, Carpinteria has sound walls, Sheffield Drive has sound walls, and a very critically, aesthetically important part of Montecito that is not getting its lovely trees replanted is going to be stuck with no sound walls, with chain link fencing, and a situation based on facts that we don't know for sure. And so I really feel that we cannot ignore the possibility of installing sound walls that do have flood measures taken into account, built in, whether they be floodgates or whatever is the latest technology. I'm not willing to eliminate that as a possibility. I also appreciate that we can't assume that anything can be done with the freeway raising, which has been suggested. I imagine that is not in the budget, but I'm afraid there is a pervading feeling that the sound wall elimination in Montecito has more to do with budget than with actual fact or necessity, and that there has not been as concerted and as great an effort made to find a way to make the sound walls work as could have been done. So I will be brief in my comments. I just feel that we need to come back we need a clarification about the fact that we're using 100-year model for the portions of the freeway, whereas the houses in Montecito are using a 200-year model. The fact that that we're working with the worst case scenario, and all of this may be prudent, but it doesn't satisfy solutions and recommendations that we need to make now and today. And I'm willing to relinquish the floor to the next questioner. And I'm hoping we will have a chance for a discussion and for public comment so that other people can weigh in. Thank you.
Okay, Bob, you want to go next, or are you ready?
Yeah, Craig, I have a question for you specifically. I mean, we've worked together on some complex water problems. If the capacity of the bridges to carry more water, if those channels were improved or those bridges were rebuilt, how would that affect the hydrology so that it would mitigate the issue of building sound wall? Or would it affect the hydrology so that it would somehow mitigate some of the issues about including the sound walls? That's one question, and I'm not done after that, but I'd like for Craig to kind of chime in here.
Bob, my understanding of the hydrology and how the bridges work is that the bridge capacity has no impact on the sound walls.
Has no. So what is impacting the sound walls?
And I'll tell you why, is because we're designing the bridges for the effective 100-year flow rate. We're reviewing the sound walls on using the advisory mapping, and the advisory mapping assumes all the bridges are plugged.
No, I understand that. Let's assume we're going to deal with the 100-year flood issue as it is now. We haven't gotten our good data yet back, and frankly, I'm not willing to go through with a project that's going to last the next 75 years based upon data that may occur in the next year or two from FEMA. I think it would be wildly foolish to move forward on a permanent issue. In fact, one suggestion that I would have is if this information can't be determined in the next year or two, and it's going to take FEMA at least that long to kind of get their game together in terms of putting this information together, then we better put the foundations in for those walls while that freeway is being built, so that those masonry walls can be constructed. I think that we should be preparing for their inclusion at a later date.
Commissioner Kubiak, I think I might have a good news piece to share with you regarding your last statement.
I hope so.
I hope so too. So the team did look at, as you know, going through the secret process, which leads up to the local permitting process. The sound walls were proposed. The team's engineers did look at it after the proposed sound walls have to be removed, as you know, but we had the same question. What happens if at some later date, all of these items get fixed? Could we have sound walls go back in? And the team engineers looked at it and said, the footings for the retaining walls that are going in can accommodate the sound walls. So that's a significant piece of information, because as you know, these sound walls are built to freeway standards, which means that they have piles. These are not just your typical block walls. So we have Zach Sevilla on the panel today, if you would like to hear more about that, but that is a yes answer for you.
I'd like some assurances that all the way through Montecito, where the sound walls are not being included, that there are foundations capable of taking sound walls in the future. But
yes, and Zach, did you want to add to that? Because I think we have a good response.
I just want to go back to Craig.
We only have an hour, so let's be careful here. Bob, make your point. And
the critical issue is there are a lot of things that have been eliminated from this project. We're not getting our bridge replaced on San Isidro. It seems like we're kind of the stepchild here in this leg of length of freeway that's being redesigned. And my question very specifically is in the 100-year flood, which we should be designing for a 100-year flood event, not for a 2,000-year flood event, not for a debris flow situation that won't happen unless a 2,000 flood year event happens, but in a normal 100-year flood event, which I believe would be the standard, if the bridges that are constricting flow were improved, and we were taking into account the improvements that Montecito is already making, like larger debris basins, nets in the hill, cleaning out all the creek basins and maintaining them. If all of those things are factored in, doesn't that improve the situation? And wouldn't building a new bridge that had greater capacity and a larger creek flow to the ocean improve the situation along the 101 between the area where we're talking about having panic over having a sound wall?
Bob?
Yep.
In answer to your question, we have proposed enlarged bridges at several locations on the US 101 for just what you're talking about. We found that the bridge capacity at Montecito Creek at US 101 is sufficient. It does not need to be enlarged.
Well, I find that to be a hard pill to swallow.
Yep.
I mean, if you look at the Army Corps of Engineers expectations of 7,400 cubic feet per minute, we're not even using that. And to say that we're good at 57.
Will speak, please, Chair Police.
Yeah, I have one more question. In the area where the sound wall was, we were able to build a sound wall from San Isidro through Hickson. Why wouldn't we build it? Why is it being removed?
So I think that's a little bit of a misunderstanding of the information that was shared. What Fred Luna was sharing was that there was physical space to build a staggered wall, but it didn't have the same capacity to hydraulic efficiency as a wall with floodgates. We analyzed the entire project, the proposed sound walls with floodgates. They were not able to meet the requirements, which was, remember, the no rise in the special flood hazard areas using the recovery mapping. Even with the flood panels, the floodgates that open that have better hydraulic capacity than staggered walls, all of the walls created a rise. And so that ranged anywhere from 6 inches to 4 feet above what the mapping says for each property. And so if you want flood control, they have additional information on that, but that's the reason why the walls are not part of the proposal anymore. Because even with floodgate panels that are more hydraulically efficient than staggered walls, they still create a rise anywhere from 6 inches to 4 feet above the floods that are already mapped.
You know, I know that it was mentioned that there have been flood events in the past. I've lived here for 20 years. I've never seen anything that comes close to what's being discussed here in terms of rise of water. We've had our property have water flow through it. I mean, 2 feet of water. I have to tell you, there's 2 feet of water coming down San Isidro Road or Hickson Road. We have a lot more problems than the discussion that we're having now. 2 feet of water, that's a tidal wave. I don't know where this information comes from. I don't know exactly how that model works, but there's something wildly askew here.
So Donna, you want to go?
Yeah, yeah, I do. There is, it was referenced by another commissioner. This is word salad. Well, it's information salad. This is absolutely spiraling into absolutely a premise of what? There are too many components and information that we just don't have. It's hard to ask a question. One of my first question is it possible to have a glossary and or a bibliography of all the studies which have been offered and the information out of has been predicated upon, be it Caltrans, be it flood control, be it SPCAG. In any case, we don't have a descriptive of studies, what type of studies, what was the criteria for the study, okay? Was it 100, was it 200 event? Was it on and on, which has been discussed through, I won't go through it, but I think that's imperative that we have such a document in a presentation prior, so we can reference it all appropriately and what the criteria for each study is. My other concern, of which there are many, is the reference to flood control study, which was a Stantec study. Do we have that? Is that one information packet, one document which would be helpful to us? I was not aware of it. Maybe other commissioners were. Maybe it was something I overlooked as far as a document, but I haven't seen it. And there are all these references to information, to documents with no descriptions. It's just, it needs to be much more organized so we can be informed appropriately. I have a question for someone regarding the Stantec report we have before us. I believe that's a Caltrans Stantec, is that regard? Are they, okay. When you start with the conclusions on our hard copy, it was page 4, but it goes maybe for 6 pages, taking each section of the wall. And the table, it gives the wall name, it gives depth range with sound wall feet, depth range without sound wall feet, and the range. I don't see a column for sound walls with flood panels. Now you reference in option 2, it's dismissed as the model for option 2 simply revealed that the flap gates in the walls would not be large enough to prevent the rise or similar magnitude of the upstream sides of the walls. If it's referenced, I think it should be in a column. Are you following me? The data and metrics, which has been referenced all the way through this hour and a half discussion, but I'd like to see the data aligned with the other, with the 2 with and without. The other question I would like to propose is that why it gives the depth, the proposed depths, is over what area? Usually area can be described. We don't know. There is a page that goes street by street, but it doesn't tell you the square footage of the area, acreage. So it's missing a component of depth that can vary over, say acre, for an acre, it's a floodplain. I'm talking the area between Olive Mill and San Ysidro now. Of course, it's on a floodplain, but if it's flat, for how many acres, and then really will that distribution change at the base of the sound wall? Maybe that's here. It just says at the base. So does that infer that all the water or debris laden flow, whatever the descriptive is, will all come and rest at the base in these numbers? Is that correct?
Commissioner Senauer, one, I wanted to go back to the question you started with, which was you would like to have sort of a catch-all of all of these maps and information on the maps and how that goes. That's currently available on Ready SBC /maps. So if you go to the Ready SBC /maps site, you can see all of the maps, and it has a description of what the map is and the different how it's put together, those types of things. So that's one thing.
So is the Stantec flood control study on that site?
No, that would be for the first part of your question, which was the FEMA 100-year effective mapping and the debris flow mapping, the recovery mapping, and the different analysis. That's what's on that site for public information. I think the remainder of your questions, we'll take back and look and bring answers at the next hearing. I think that's probably the best way to go about that one.
Regarding the sound walls with flood panels, and I don't know who to direct this to, it seems that as I've gotten many calls on this, and the request is to have flood panels. Okay, that's what the community is asking for. I did a bit of research, and I know Caltrans has done on 101, very close to us, and a huge project. I think it's probably mileage-wise a bit over. And it was, I do have posted, and David has a short video of that. I don't know if we really have time because we have to do public comment, but it is on our agenda site, and everyone can reference it. But it was, when I saw the video and the information, it goes from the tennis courts, and you can, on the north side, and it goes all the way down for probably 1.5 miles or at least a mile. And there's 300 panels, and they're called flood panels. I don't know what the descriptive actually is, but that's what this is, flood release panels. And they are successful, and this was implemented, how long ago? Do you have the date when this was built?
So that was built as part of the Milpas to Hot Springs project, which was, as you all know, the team here worked on that project as well. So we're very familiar with those floodgates. Different scenario though, because as you know, we did try to use that successful model as one of the solutions here. Unfortunately, analyzing those floodgates, same type of panel, even bigger, to see if we could get more flow to make it work, still caused a rise. So we can't meet the requirement of the no rise in the special flood hazard areas using the recovery mapping.
So if the flood panels, which seem to be extremely efficient, and the failure rate is very low percentage-wise, that doesn't open, as far as this project I'm referring to by Milpas. And so how is the water distributed? Okay, I don't understand how you think it's just going to pile up against the sound wall when there's distribution all over and over quite a few acres. Oh, okay, you can get back to that. I don't want to belabor this point, but the metrics for having sound walls with floodgates, from looking at the 100-year vis-a-vis the 200-year, the 2 times, they would be acceptably appropriate for flooding. And it shouldn't be, there hasn't been enough, as far as I'm concerned, study on that. And it was dismissed after all these studies came in. And the community really would like to move forward, I believe, with seeing more data that may, I know flood control wants to be extremely conservative, and we certainly all appreciate that. I want to say one more thing. Driving between particularly San Ysidro on North Jameson to Olive Mill, there are multiple backyards with tall walls, okay, not chain link fences, and they will cause an issue on their properties if allowed and permitted to build those. I don't understand why this is offline, but why the county can approve those type of walls. And as far as flooding and safety. So that's about all. I have more questions, but we're time limited. Thank you.
Hey, Bob, are you complete? And if not, Susan, you can follow up, but we should spend the last half hour with the public.
I'm complete enough, except to say that I agree with what Donna just said. And, I mean, I hate using stupid expressions, but, if we can put a man on the moon, we can design a flood wall that has a blowout panel at the bottom that's 2 feet tall for the continuous length of the wall. And it may be different from your other walls, but it's an engineering solution that's possible.
Thank you. Susan, one more comment?
Yes, thank you. All I wanted to say is that I'm wondering if it's possible to project the effect of the recent developments, the Cold Spring debris basin, the Randall Road debris basin, the new clearing and channeling, all that Commissioner Kupiec referenced, as well as what the Commissioner Senauer just referenced, is the fact is that there are many other impediments prior to water reaching a sound wall, such as neighborhood walls and things that deflect the amount of rainwater and flooding to different areas. Is there any way to consolidate that information into an updated or a better model than what we currently have? I find it deeply disturbing that we have models that talk about floodwater versus debris flow, that we have different standards of 100 and 200 years and a whole variety of maps. And yet we are needing to move ahead or make recommendations to move ahead with something that is millions of dollars and many, many years in the making and will affect the residents for the rest of their residency when we don't have complete information. And I am comforted to know that the bases for the sound walls can be installed at the time of construction, but then the money available to install any sound wall above those bases is not going to be easily found. So I think it's foolish to abandon the idea of the sound walls unless we absolutely explore every opportunity to make them be part of this design, because that is what the community wants, needs, has been promised, and should be able to have, given the engineering capability that is currently in existence.
Thank you for that comment. I want to go to the public, but I just want to make sure that we understand from flood control. To answer your question, Susan, I think a proper study that would give us the latest and greatest bit of information on all the improvements. I think I heard there was a cost of about $1 million that's not funded, and it would take them at least a year to complete it. That's maybe gossip, but that's what I understand. Anyway, I think we should move on if we can, and we can come back to the commissioners, but let's get our public comments. Mr. Villalobos, can you start, please, with the speakers?
Mr. Chair, just to clarify, how much time would you like for each speaker?
Well, you have how many speakers?
Looks like we have 9.
Well, I guess we should probably shoot for 3 minutes then, unless we have an Academy Award-winning speaker.
Okay.
Let's get started.
Our first speaker will be Thomas Bollay, to be followed by Thomas Becker.
Hi, this is Tom Bollay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I just wanted to weigh in briefly. There is more information available. There was a memorandum prepared July 10th, 2018 for a review of the creeks in an unblocked format. So I think flood control already has those numbers and could apply that number at Montecito Creek, for example, in 101, if they wish. They could pull it out of a model that's already been run. The other thing that I find interesting is that there is the original study that that FEMA did in 1974, which was after construction of the freeway first time through, said that there was not enough data to create, or not enough stream gauge data to create accurate flows for the creeks. So they based the 5,700 at Montecito Creek, for example, 101, based on rainfall records, which were not as accurate as what we have now. At that time, they said that a more reasonable project flood, they called, was not a 100-year rainfall average, but a project flood, was based on a storm in Sierra Madres, I think in 1939. And they said because of the steepness of the slopes, that it should be bulked by a 15% factor. So even in 74, FEMA said that the culverts at 101 were insufficient. They said that, for example, Montecito ought to be 7,300 cubic feet per second. If you do a quick back of a napkin calculation, the culvert's 49 feet wide. If the flow is at 14 feet per second, you'd need to have almost 11 feet of height compared to the commissioner that went out and measured in the field that we have 3 feet 8 inches. So part of that might be maintenance, but part of it also is that's a real number that FEMA developed 50 years ago. And the evidence is that the freeway has flooded many times because even 50 years ago, FEMA knew that the culverts weren't adequate. That I would think that we could go back to that 74 study and at least design the new culverts to meet their project flood goal, which is approximately 25% larger than the current FEMA 100-year flood. I know flood control has this study. I have a copy here. Oak Creek, they recommend 2,300 cubic feet per second, not 1,800. San Ysidro Creek, they recommend 4,400 feet per second, not 3,500. And Romero Creek, they recommend 6,300, not 4,900. Those are the numbers I would think at a minimum we should size the culverts for. It may be that Montecito still works, but I think we ought to run it with the 7,300 number, not the 5,700 number, because these are numbers that we think are pretty good until we get something better. So I'll leave it at that. The last comment, I guess, is on the sound walls. There's been a lot of comment about this engineering study that was used to prove that the water rises and the sound walls can't work. I'd almost argue the other way around. The assumption that all the bridges are blocked by definition means the water will rise behind a sound wall. So it's the assumption that's the problem, that all the bridges are blocked, not the design of the sound wall itself. So I think we ought to have at least a common sense engineering approach that says some of the water is going to go under the bridge. Now let's take a more realistic look at the sound walls. Thank you very much.
Next speaker will be Thomas Becker.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. The California Air Resources Board will require a vehicle mile traveled reduction through the project area of at least 10% by 2030. That's from a 2019 baseline. And CARB may require as much as a 30% reduction by 2030. The HOV lanes have been determined to induce a VMT increase. The applicant will not, under any circumstances, be able to achieve the required VMT reduction with HOV lanes. That's a fact, and you all knew it. Reducing VMT to improve level of service was proposed as an alternative to the widening project. Caltrans, the applicant, refused to perform an analysis of the alternative in the project SEIR in violation of CEQA. Reducing vehicle miles traveled by 25% from a 2019 baseline by 2030 will achieve the level of service improvements without any project at all. And you all knew that. So did the applicant, so did staff. If you change the HOV lanes to transit lanes, that will not induce a VMT. And you can still achieve your level of service improvement by reducing VMT. You all knew that too. Your staff knew it, the applicant knew it, and you withheld that information from the public and told them that they were going to get HOV lanes. In reality, you're planning to get transit lanes, which will only be used by buses. You knew it, your staff knew it, the applicant knew it, and you withheld that information from the public so you can sell this project to them and get $650 million. Finally, if you reduced vehicle miles traveled, you would eliminate the need for the sound walls. The sound walls are being proposed because you plan to increase VMT. If you reduce VMT, you don't need the sound walls, especially if you reduce truck traffic. Now, I think you better start telling the public what you're really going to do. You're going to convert those HOV lanes to transit lanes. You have
Okay,
no
can we
choice
not,
but to
we
do that.
can't keep repeating the same statement. We have a limited time, so can we move on, please? David?
If Mr. Becker is finished, our next speaker will be Sharon Byrne, to be followed by Bruce and Louise McKenzie.
Good morning, and thank you so much for this very vigorous debate. I would really like to commend the Montecito Planning Commission commissioners for really taking the time to do the deep dive on this and asking really key questions. No doubt you saw our comment letter. We very much support the line of inquiry that you've opened up with what we can do to provide better flooding mitigation, to have better infrastructure to control flooding. And so I'm very appreciative of the way that this meeting has gone today. I also want to bring up something that was mentioned to me by Floyd Wicks, which is that with the new southbound on-ramp at Cabrillo Hot Springs, the Pasalipo on-ramp needs to be closed. It's a nightmare, and people are blowing through that stop sign and just really causing a lot of trouble. And there's feeling that it interferes with the Sheffield off-ramp. So I'd like to see if you'd consider that. Neighbors met with Supervisor Williams back on May 9th about this. He agreed to have a look at that and to suggest that that needs to be closed. But I just want to thank you so much. I know it's been a long hearing, but I'm really appreciative of the questions that have been asked, the direction that this is going. And I want to thank everybody on this hearing for taking the time to do this important work. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker will be Bruce and Thomas McKenzie. Sorry, Louise McKenzie. Mr. McKenzie, are you still with us?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes. I feel like a telephone ad. I quite agree with Ms. Ayers when she said that what we really need is a new study, because we've been presented with, as one of the commissioners indicated, an entire fruit stand of comparisons from apples to oranges to bananas, et cetera. But I think that the fact that the real fly in the ointment here is the setting of the zero rise standard. When Ms. Ayers held a meeting on the 3rd of February of this year to announce the elimination of the sound walls, I asked the Caltrans representatives who were in attendance at that meeting, where else in the state of California have you ever seen a zero rise standard? And for example, I was told in Carboneria, they had a 6-inch standard. But they said that they'd never seen a zero rise standard in connection with a sound wall in any of the freeways that they had been involved with in the building of here in Southern California or anywhere else in California. I think the fly in the ointment is setting a standard that's impossible to reach. And it all has the sense that the decision was made first, and then the justifications for the decision came afterwards. But the thing that we really cannot get over is the zero rise standard. And I would submit that if a 6-inch standard was acceptable in Carpinteria to its authorities, it should be something that's also acceptable to our authorities here in Montecito. So I urge the reassessment of the zero rise standard. With that, I defer to my wife.
I can only share more firsthand experience, having lived here since 1987. There was a time I remember in the early 90s when the freeway was shut down from flooding. And one of the wonderful things about that is we met all our neighbors. And in addition, we could hear the ocean. So the sound of the freeway as it existed then and exists now is enormous. And when you're talking about the increase of sound, I think with the enormous sound that we already have, we warrant sound walls for noise abatement. You increase it at all and you just increase that need. I do remember when we first moved here in 1987, one of the joys for us is that we could walk under the bridge and go down to Montecito Creek because it was clear. It was clear enough to do that. And now, according to the slide Mr. Miller had as an attachment for today's meeting, the clearance is 3 feet 8 inches. So I entirely agree on the need for making this project clear the creeks all the way down so that the water or debris could flow to the ocean. Thank you.
Our next speaker will be Darrell Sween, to be followed by Scott Smigel. Darrell, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we can come back to Darrell. Scott Smigel.
Can you hear me?
Okay, I'm sorry. It looks like Darrell's unmuted themselves. Mr. Smigel, if you could just hold on just a minute. Sorry about that. Darrell, go ahead.
Carol, I think I'm talking to you. Say hello. Hello, can you hear me?
Yep.
Go ahead, talk to him.
Well, I don't want to talk to him.
Tell him about your letter.
So you have a comment, you guys? We need to move on if you don't.
I left a letter with the planning.
Yes.
Giving my thoughts on the sound walls directly behind our home. And my name is Darrell Sween. And after you read it, I would appreciate hearing from you. That's about all I have to say.
So just to confirm, Mr. Sweem, so this Mr. Sweem came in this morning and dropped off the letter. I submitted it and emailed it to the commission just prior to the hearing starting.
Mr. Vito, you need to vote that into the record.
It was only 1 page in length.
Thank you.
Mr. Smigel.
Please indicate that you can hear me.
Yes.
Terrific. I'd like to thank the members of the Academy. No, I'm sorry. Thank the commissioners very much for the work for this meeting. It's been very educational, and I've been struck hearing it several times that the different FEMA maps have been used for different aspects of the project, specifically the recovery map for the sound wall issue and the other map for some of the drainage issues. Mr. Stewart was clear that the recovery map was something that was created and adopted quickly to benefit homeowners who are anxious to rebuild and to give the county some guidance on where to draw those lines in a worst case scenario. Obviously, the sound walls contemplated by the applicant are not an emergency home rebuild, but instead something that'll be with us for 50 or so years. And I believe the commissioners see that and understand that. And to the extent it is legally and politically possible, I think that a different standard rather than the recovery map needs to be applied to a project as immense and as important as the freeway and the sound wall aspect of it in particular. I was slightly insulted, though I've become used to it, by hearing about the small incremental increase in sound that the project would create. The bigger question and the more important question to the community is the level of sound now and the slap in the face and the obvious opportunity we all have, including the applicant, to reduce that. And that should become, and it should be a much higher priority and not so casually tossed away because of the recovery maps availability to use as a standard. And it's clear, and I think the commission has identified many other aspects of the application that are monumentous in their importance, including the obvious flood control. And it is upsetting that the meeting has, as others have hard stops halfway through the day when you could and probably should, and by necessity should, discuss these things for many, many hours. Having said that, thank you very much. Thanks to the applicant for being here and all the support, and the commissioners, thank you.
Our next speaker will be Susan Herding, to be followed by Susan Petrovich. Ms. Herding, if you could unmute yourself. Okay, we can come back to Ms. Herding. Ms. Petrovich.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm not going to speak at this hearing. There's too much information and too little time left. But I am really pleased that you're looking at this as carefully as you are, because it will have significant impacts on my property and many other properties in Montecito. So I look forward to your next hearing. Thank you.
All right, coming back to Susan Herding.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I wasn't sure I was going to be speaking today. We actually went down to go to the meeting in person and it wasn't there. So we came home and I did miss quite a bit of this. My husband and I are here and we did catch the last few minutes. We're very impacted by the sound wall situation. Our house is directly on Jameson Road. And when we bought it, we were with the understanding that there would be sound walls, and we were looking so forward to that. So you can imagine how this affects us. But I am concerned overall above that there are other issues here. And I'm just kind of digesting what I've heard, and it's upsetting, of course. And that's really all I have to say, that, there are people in the community that will be and are being severely affected. And we do not feel, I know I do not, and I know neighbors of ours here, that this is being properly addressed. So, but I do appreciate everybody on this panel, and it's been a good discussion. Thank you.
All right, we do have a second attendee labeled as Bruce and Louise McKenzie. If that is someone different, I guess this would be your opportunity to speak. And if not, that would be then Ms. Herding was our last speaker.
Okay. So if that's the last speaker, so we go back to recommendations or comments, further comments. Where do you want to go here with this? Can I ask who we have here? Kristen, what was your expectations as far as what do you want from us? You've heard a lot of things, but do you want some composite requests from us going forward? Because I don't think we've made really a dent in our full understanding of what's going on. In fact, I did hear something new today about the idea of taking out Posto Libo. Is that a permanent takeout or is that a temporary takeout? Was that something you've discussed and we haven't heard yet? Or what, is that something new?
So that is a separate request that is ongoing. It requires additional study and would be a separate project because
Okay.
There's a whole slew of requirements that have to occur before that could happen.
Okay.
But I think Jeff Wilson might have some guidance.
Okay, is he here? Jeff, are you still here? Let's see.
Chair Police and Commissioners, yeah, I'm still here. Just to provide some direction to the commission as we conclude this portion of our agenda today. As we mentioned earlier, this is a conceptual hearing review. So there is no need for a consensus from the commissioners and or no vote is needed or no vote is going to be taken on the project today. It was conceptual review. So if the commission wanted to just do a wrap up on potential items, that's okay, but there is no need for consensus or a vote today.
Jeff, what if we know now that we would have a predisposition how we might vote later if we did not get certain bits of information beforehand? And so I would think we might want to request what we think is pertinent for us to come up with a final deliberation down the road.
Chair Police and Commissioners, the way I would recommend framing that is if the commission would say conceptually, in order to be able to provide a recommendation, this is what we would be looking for and be able to frame it that way under conceptual review, that would be appropriate. I would refrain from getting into whether or not you'd take any action for or against the project this time. I would frame it in, this is what we would be looking for on the project.
I don't think we're prepared at this point to make any kind of recommendation because we're not fully vested with the information that most of us need. Donna, you have a comment about going forward?
Yes, although Susan has her hand up.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, Susan. Susan
go ahead.
Susan?
Thank you very much. I was trying to unmute myself. I would appreciate some clarification on timeline. I would like to know when there needs to be a request for funding, and that's been mentioned as to happening this fall. I would like to know when actual construction on this segment D will begin. And I would like to know if it is possible to get a consolidated or updated or some kind of consolidation of the various standards that have been used. So it's clear that we're talking about flooding versus debris flow, that we're talking about 100 years versus 200 years, that we're talking about flow under the bridges. I'm just saying there's been so much uncoordinated information that we've had. How long might it take to pull together a more comprehensive report that culls information from the semantic or the Stantec report that possibly takes into account the as we've discussed, the debris nets, the new culverts, the new debris basins. This all needs to come together before I think any kind of a decision can be made. Is there any way to abbreviate, pull that process together such that we have information that that works for us? I'm sorry, I just noticed that I've disappeared from your screen. I'm
Yeah.
sorry for that.
You
But,
ghosted us. Yeah.
thank you. So I mean, so a deadline, and I also would like to know, when will construction, as I said, when will construction begin? Do we have any time before then? And is there any flexibility regarding a decision on the sound walls prior to construction actually beginning?
So, Felice, would you like to have a quick timeline update? I think the rest of what Commissioner Keller gave would be something to consolidate for the next meeting, but we do have the information on the timeline and funding update that we can share.
Before you give us that timeline, is Walter, are you still there from flood control?
Yes, I'm still here.
Yeah. Walter, could you tell me what it would take to get a consolidated, up-to-date map that you would be comfortable with any consideration that would pop up for you? I mean, I understand that you don't have all the mapping you would particularly wish to have right now. Is that correct?
Chair Palucci, yes, we're waiting for the Army Corps study, which many people have mentioned, and they've been saying that we're closely being done for a long time. That's the Cadillac. That's where we would start, and then from that point, we would do a study of the Montecito area. It's a tough question to answer. I mean, I could definitely work with the team to see if there's something we can look at in the interim that consolidates all this, but it's a tough question to answer right now.
I understood that you were saying that some mapping and some request for mapping is going to cost, it's going to come out of some budget, and we don't necessarily have that budget for it set aside, and it wasn't cheap. Am I right about that?
Yes, Chair Palucci, you're speaking about the overall study of the Montecito area. Yeah, it was in the neighborhood of 800,000 to 1.2 million, and there is no funding set aside for that right now. That is correct.
And that study would take how long to complete if you were to start today? Or I guess it's already somewhat ongoing, but.
Chair Palucci, the timeline would, from the time we start till we end, is somewhere in the neighborhood of 12 to 18 months, but we would be basing that information off of the Army Corps study that still hasn't been completed yet.
I see. So we are a little bit in advance, even though we've waited so long for this freeway. We are going to be playing some catch up as far as understanding all the possibilities for flood control. And sound walls, for that matter. Okay, so I'm going to stop talking. And Susan, your hand's up. Go ahead.
Ms. Ayers was going to give us other than that, and thank you very much for that update on those, because I think unless we have some kind of much more comprehensive, consolidated presentation about the various options, it will be impossible for us to make an informed decision. And that's why I wanted to know what the real deadlines are in terms of needing to do
Okay.
that.
Chris, you guys want to go ahead, Caltrans, and let us know here, or Kristen?
So I think Joe Irwin wanted to talk about funding,
Okay.
and I know Fred Luna also wants to add in some information. Go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, so the first question that I heard, and just to restate what I heard, is what is the timeline for when that funding is going to be available, or when we're going to need it? We actually do have the funding available right now to complete the section from the San Ysidro interchange up through all of Mill. So the HOV project, the congestion relief that the community and everybody sorely needs. We have that funding in hand. The issue with that is that we need to use that funding. It's a use it or lose it kind of situation. And it needs to be used from July of this year through the following June. That is when it's slated. And state funding opportunities come up like this and they get assigned to a project. And when that project, comes up to bat, it needs to use that funding. And if it fails to use that funding, then that funding evaporates and then it goes to other projects in the state. So we are slated to go to construction on that portion from San Ysidro to Olive Mill in March. That is when we need to start, and we need to apply for that funding and get that funding. We need to go through that process in early December. So that when you're looking for a timeline for when we need to get the funding for this part of the project, it is early December. We need to pull the trigger.
Let me ask you this. You lose the funding for this cycle, but you can't apply for it like you did last year or whenever it was. So if we somehow get stuck because we were uncertain of this whole discussion of our design, you could, if you didn't, is Summerlin going to be completed by March of this next year?
Summerland and 4C is still ongoing for a couple more construction seasons, right? So that project already has all of its funding secured. It's still moving forward, but the project here in Montecito, to be able to get that funding and start construction, we have to get through, this coastal development.
I thought our understanding was that we were going to complete them individually. That's not the case. So Summerlin's going to be ongoing while Montecito's ongoing?
That's true, yes. I think also we should, let Fred Luna interject here. But to your question, Chair Puliche, about construction ongoing, remember that we just completed the Carpinteria segment. We still have the Padaro segment and the Summerlin segment under construction right now. So the idea being that the faster we can get the improvements built, the faster we can get them open. But Fred, would you like to add to this?
Yeah, I'd just like to, so Joe provided the information on when we're planning on going to construction and what our constraints and needs are. So we've been working closely with county P&D staff on leading up through this process. And so, as I mentioned earlier in this hearing, it would be our goal and continuing to work with the MPC and county staff to come back in August. That's an important date because we have to assume that there's going to be a follow-up county PC meeting and then just additional process going forward. And in order to vote the funds that Joe mentioned at a California Transportation Commission meeting in January, we have to have everything wrapped up by December. And so that is our goal, and that's what was asked for. So we're just being plain with that.
You say that was asked for? What does that mean?
That was the question that was asked about what is the timing requirements as I heard it.
Yes, and I just,
Commissioner Keller.
could I please, just an addendum to that question. What is the timeline for the Olive Mill and San Ysidro roundabouts?
So Commissioner Keller, we will be coming back in August and sharing more detailed information on the construction timing and how each of these components tie together and lay out so that you can understand that. And I think that's going to be the best opportunity for us to get into that discussion rather than try to cram it into 2 minutes right now. But yes, we plan to bring all that back.
There's no discussion, but I would like to know, and I think the commission would like to know if there's any opportunity, if there's any possibility that these two construction projects will be happening concurrently.
Right now, the plan, and we'll bring it back so that you can see it, is that there will be some overlap, and Olive Mill is slated to begin construction this fall, as early as October. So we'll bring all of that information back with a lot more detail that we can share with you.
So a delay in the 101 construction means that there is a less probability that there will be overlap with the roundabout construction.
Yep.
Yes, but I also think that as part of our discussion, we're going to talk about construction efficiencies and the impacts to the community that could occur if we're not able to use these construction efficiencies that we have planned. So that's why we want to have a bigger discussion with you, because it is a very complicated staging process.
Well, that being the case, the critical path schedule for these projects could overlap, and it sounds like that's what you want. I didn't know that going into this whole big 10-mile project that we were going to overlap this much, because that will cause a lot of traffic management during that time frame. But I guess it's one thing to have it done sooner, But anyway, other questions? Donna, you have something you want to ask?
Yes, thanks. Regarding the schedule, vis-a-vis the roundabouts, we're not, but this is a sort of a comprehensive look at what we're talking about. We in the projection report, it had that there's an extension request for some, we haven't gotten the report and all of the two roundabouts, both Olive Mill and San Ysidro. How does that play in with your timeline?
So Fred Luna can address that briefly, but again, I think the next hearing will give us the opportunity to give you greater detail about all of that and how it works together. But Fred?
Ms. Ayers, however, we're supposed to be making a decision and recommendations regarding the 101 in August without any information about how it will be impacted by the roundabout. And this is just absurd. I don't think we can possibly see the two of them without seeing them in concert and having the full picture.
Okay. So to respond to the question from Commissioner Senauer, so the Kirsten mentioned earlier that the Olive Mill roundabout is intended to start in October at the earliest. The action, as I understand it, for a time extension is based on, and county planning probably is working on this as well. So if Ms. Liu or can speak to this, perhaps that she's better equipped, but there's a need to extend the time based on the permit that was granted for that particular project, based on when that was granted some time ago, in order for us to move forward on the issuance, which is needed to start the construction. And so that's kind of where we're at. I just want to reinforce that we have looked at all these projects comprehensively and kind of disavow the notion that we're looking at this piecemeal, but it has been comprehensively and collaboratively looked at. And so that's what Ms. Ayers is indicating that we'll be presenting in the August meeting. So for lack of it, perhaps not having that meeting, that will at least give this commission the information it looks like it's in part seeking in order to make some conceptual judgment on the project going forward.
Right. So we've heard a lot of discussion that we need more information before we can make a recommendation. There is a tentative August date that keeps coming up for not considering, there needs to be a consideration. We don't know where we'll be at our next meeting, if that's August, as far as perhaps another continuance. If the information, I don't want a hard date to offer our recommendation at this point.
I agree with that.
It's the first we've heard of the August date. It wasn't even mentioned in the projection report.
This morning it wasn't heard. I asked the question after Jeff had already told us there was nothing in August. We had nothing planned in August. So there's a lot of conversation going on, I guess, between Caltrans, certain parts of the county, but it would really behoove us if we would get a little bit more transparency and know what you're thinking so we could be prepared. Anyway, any more commissioners have anything to say? Doesn't look that way. I hate to end it on this kind of a somewhat difficult note, but I don't know what else we can do. Yep.
You had offered to summarize the requests for information, and I think that would be helpful. We've heard a lot of different requests, but
we'll do that. We'll collect it and send it to you as soon as we get it collected. Hopefully then maybe the next week I can put all this together, but it isn't going to happen in the next 5 minutes. I have my little list. That's not enough.
Chair Palice, the request I made was for some consolidation. Is
Yes.
that, and you could provide by the August meeting or in preparation for the August meeting?
Who are you asking that question?
Commissioner Senauer, I'm sorry, Commissioner Keller. I do have you written down your request for consolidation. We'll need to talk with county flood control as well as our hydrologist. The way I understood your question, I think that would require more study, but they may have a different way of dealing with it where we could bring them back. We need to talk about that.
And if you could incorporate the Commissioner Senauer's request for some glossary and explanation of terms and of clarification regarding the sources for certain decisions that are made, that would also be helpful. Thank you.
I believe Commissioner Senauer, the Ready SB/maps has the majority of that information for you, as I mentioned, online.
No, that's not the question. The question is to consult, okay, not for me or the public to go to different sites, be it flood control or the Ready site. It's to have a document before us that incorporates all the predicates of the decision-making here, as it references different reports. Okay, there is a difference. And that's what I'm asking. I understand reports are available. Okay, there should be a synthesis for the community to understand. You did this study, it was predicated on these documents and these other studies. It was predicated on the criteria of water flow, or it was predicated on a combination. A flow chart, for each. Do you understand more of what Commissioner Keller and I are requesting? So it's a visual. Okay, thank you.
So I think, and it sounds like it's a combination of requests, how the process was analyzed, but then also probably the staff report from the county as well. Which
in order for us to, be on board with your process of deciding, what was appropriate, you use data, and we want to know what data you use, what data didn't you use, because there's a lot of data out there. Some of it was applied, some of it wasn't. And so if we can get as much of it as possible, and so we can digest it, we can get to a point where we could maybe satisfy our desire to get this road built sooner than later. Thank you.
Marshall? Commissioner Miller?
Yeah.
In terms of information that I would find helpful here is that I am deeply bothered by the idea that the sound walls in people's houses are being built to a 200-year flood level, and that the most long-term infrastructure of our community is being built to a 100-foot level. So I appreciate in the good, better, best in terms of modeling on these things that we don't have best yet, but we do have better. And so what I would want to understand at the next meeting is what is the consequence of building, of changing this freeway design where it would accommodate the better model, assuming county flood control has been able to do a project that keeps this from hitting our sound walls, hitting our community. That I really, my role here, I think, is to try and land us community-wise at a place where we have a good freeway, we have sound walls, and people are safe in their homes. And every piece needs to match up to that. And so Mr. Stewart said that this was the better model was the worst case scenario. So let's understand what are the implications of building to the better model, and to be able to thoughtfully talk to that and in December apply with that kind of construction planning in place. That would be my information request for the next meeting.
I think we need to clarify one thing, Chair, if we can. This idea of good, better, best,
isn't really comparing apples to apples. We have the FEMA 100-year effective mapping that's existing. It's different. The recovery mapping is different. So it's not the same standard line of comparison. I just think we need to clarify that. And then we can try to meet what Commissioner Miller is after.
But that we're building part of this project to that standard, Kristen, and part of this project we're not building to that standard. And that is where this is wildly confusing for all of us, is that the bridges are not to that standard, but the sound walls are not being built because of that standard. It seems to make sense to apply. You keep saying it's not apples to apples, but in the end, we're still talking about the same water, the same mud, the same rocks getting from the mountains to the ocean. So I respectfully push back a little bit on this idea that we use apples over here and oranges over there, because in the end, it's all the same molecules. It's how we model them and where we get them safely.
We understand your frustration on that aspect. I just wanted to make sure that the recovery mapping assumes the bridges are blocked, so we can't build to that standard. We have to build to the bridge standard. So, but we can let that.
So to rephrase, then you just build to the generic 200-year standard. If the recovery mapping is overly specific, but it's being based on the 200-year standard, what is plopping in 200-year standard bridges along the way here? What does that look like? I think that's the question in terms of feasibility, cost, and time frame that we'd want to understand for the next meeting. At least I'll tell you, my votes on this topic are highly contingent on understanding those topics.
Jeff, is there any point in having any further discussion with anybody in July? Is there any, I don't know whether if we consolidated this information, we might be able to digest it. If they want to vote come August, I don't think we'll be ready if we don't have further discussion, to be very honest. I don't want to postpone this and hurt the overall schedule. So if there's anything we can do to enhance things in July, we should probably think about it. By having more discussion and more.
Yeah, Chair Puliche and commissioners, I think there's been a lot of information today. Realistically, I don't know if we'll be able to bring anything back in July to be able to accommodate that. That doesn't seem realistic or feasible. We've been discussing the same things over and over again today. My recommendation is that we take the information we have today and then come back. I don't know if staff has settled on that August date yet. I know it's been bantered around today, but I think we need to talk internally on when we're coming back.
Okay.
And how to present the information to the commission to make a recommendation.
Well, in that case, then I want to thank everybody who's participated. I know it's difficult because we're somewhat on different sides of the freeway here, to use a metaphor. But anyway, thank you very much for coming, all associated with the design team and consultants, county. And so we can move on to our next topic after lunch. You want to take a break for an hour here or 45 minutes? What do you think, Jeff?
Yeah, Chair and commissioners, I leave that up to you. I have contacted staff. They're ready to move forward now with the next item, which is a housing element update. I think it's about a half-hour presentation or less. So we could press forward if you wanted and then just call it a day, or we could take a break and come back for the housing element. I leave it up to the chair and the commissioners.
Commissioners, comments?
I'd like to take a 5-minute break and then come back if we could do that.
Wow. Okay. 5 minutes. You're tough.
I'd like an hour break if possible, but I respect Commissioner Senhauer's speedy turnarounds.
Okay, Susan.
My request would be a short break now and then come back and finish the housing element and not take a long lunch break, because it would be much more efficient for me.
How about 10 minutes?
Okay.
10 minutes.
Doubled it. All right. I got a deal here. Are you okay, Bob, with that? Robert?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I'll have to not be in attendance then. So I will need a longer break than that. So if I'm able to rejoin before it's done, I will. Otherwise, look forward to you all doing good work. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll meet back here at 12:20. It's 12:08, 12:08 now, 12:20. We'll see you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
All right, Chair Felice, we are back on the air. Whenever you're ready to start item number 2, staff here is ready.
Okay, well, let's, no further ado, shall we have the staff present?
Just, Mr. Chair, just quickly, I'll just read it into the record, and I believe Mr.
Okay.
Clement is ready to begin. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a status update from and may provide direction to staff regarding the housing element update.
Yes, good afternoon, Chair Felice, members of the commission. My name is Dan Clement, Deputy Director of the Long Range Planning Division, and Ms. Jessie Steele, who is one of 2 project managers on the housing element update, is here with us today to make a presentation to you. So with no further ado, I will turn it over to Ms. Steele.
Thank you, Dan. Hello, Chair Kupiec and commissioners. Again, my name is Jessie Steele, and I'm happy to provide you with this status update today on the housing element.
Okay.
I'll start off by generally describing the process and timelines for major segments of the housing element update, including an overview of state requirements, the site's inventory and rezones, the draft housing element, public outreach, and CEQA. And then I'll follow up with a brief discussion of the county's regional housing needs allocation, or RHNA, and next steps for the project. Next slide, please. The housing element is one element of the county's comprehensive plan, and it is updated on an 8-year cycle. We are currently in the 6th planning cycle, which runs from 2023 to 2031. After the board adopts the housing element update, it must be submitted to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, or state HCD, for certification. The housing element is informed by the RHNA and must accommodate the unincorporated county's housing needs for all income levels. I'll talk a bit more about the RHNA process on the next slide. This slide here shows the 3-step RHNA process for this planning cycle. First, state HCD determined the housing needs for all of California. Then, state provided the total RHNA for our region to the Santa Barbara County Association of Governments, or SBCAG. SBCAG worked with the county and the cities to equitably distribute the RHNA to every jurisdiction. The SBCAG board adopted the 6th cycle RHNA plan in July of 2021, and since then, the county and cities have been working to update their respective housing elements to accommodate their RHNAs. The county's housing element update, which only addresses the unincorporated areas, must identify potential housing opportunity sites and, as necessary, rezone sites, and consider new policies and programs to facilitate additional housing. Next slide, please. State Government Code Section 65583 includes required components of the housing element and generally describes what should be included. This section mandates that the housing element identify and analyze existing and projected housing needs. It also requires that the housing element include goals, policies, objectives, and financial resources for housing, and include a schedule of programs to implement those goals, policies, and objectives. The housing element must also identify adequate sites for specific types of housing and emergency shelters, and show that these housing types will be affordable to all economic segments of the population. Finally, state law also requires a robust public engagement effort for the housing element. Next slide, please. State law stipulates some new public participation requirements and timelines for housing elements. First, when the draft housing element is ready, the county must make the draft available for public comment for 30 days. Then the County Planning Commission must direct staff to submit the draft to state HCD for initial review. State HCD has up to 90 days for their first round of review. And after that, the board must adopt the housing element by February 15th, 2023, which is the state statutory deadline. The county must then work with state HCD during the certification process to revise the housing element as needed. State HCD may take up to 60 days to perform their first round of review of certification. Next slide, please. This is an updated version of the timeline that we showed your commission in February. Although while this is an updated version, it is subject to change as the project progresses. I'll take the steps in more detail over the next couple slides. Next slide, please. One of the first steps in the housing element process is developing the sites inventory, which shows the county's existing capacity for new housing at each of the 4 RHNA income levels, which are very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income. The sites inventory starts with the build-out analysis under current zoning. Staff then determine if any shortfalls exist between the county's RHNA and its current zone capacity. Staff then considers potential rezones to meet the RHNA for each income level. Staff initiated the draft site inventory and housing at each of the 4 RHNA income levels. The county's housing element project page includes tables that show the county's current zone capacity as well as its RHNA shortfalls and surpluses. So it's available online if you'd like to see. And I'll dive into those RHNA numbers a bit more in this presentation. Staff has been working hard to identify potential housing opportunity sites to meet the county's RHNA shortfalls in specific income categories. And this includes parcels that could be rezoned to allow additional housing. Staff expects to release the initial list of rezones for public review in July. Next slide, please. Staff initiated public outreach for the housing element this past winter and spring, and some of the efforts are listed on this slide. They include a housing needs and conditions survey that was developed in partnership with the environmental justice element team. And this survey was administered both online and in person with the help of the Promotores Network, which reaches historically underserved communities in the county. The online survey closed on June 15th and staff is now analyzing the results. Staff also posted educational resources such as Spanish and English language videos with background information on the RHNA and housing element on our web pages. Staff informed the public of these resources via numerous notifications by press release, email, and social media. And staff has also held targeted meetings with local developers, housing advocates, and nonprofits. We also participated in a joint South Coast housing workshop with the cities of Carpinteria, Goleta, and Santa Barbara last week. This summer and fall, staff expect to continue targeted outreach and release the draft housing element for public review. Due to the state's required timelines for housing element updates, we have very limited time and capacity for upfront public input before the draft is released, but outreach will continue throughout 2022 and into early 2023. Next slide. Staff hired consultants to collect data and draft assessments for the housing element in winter of 2021-22. Consultants will help county staff write the draft housing element and pull the document together later this summer. Staff plans to bring the draft housing element to the County Planning Commission in late summer or early fall for review and for authorization to submit it to state HCD for their initial review. Next slide. This past spring, the board directed staff to initiate a program EIR for the housing element update. Staff expects to release the scoping document and hold a public scoping meeting by August. The draft program EIR is expected to be completed by December in advance of the board's adoption of the housing element. The county's contract with the consultant also allows for a supplemental EIR to be prepared next year if needed to effectuate any rezones. And before I move on, does the commission have any questions?
So you say there's not much time for public discussion, but do we, oops, sorry, I didn't see your hand up, Donna. I'll just finish my question, we'll go to you. But do you expect to come back to us or just the planning commission?
Commissioner, through the chair, we plan to, at this point, go to the County Planning Commission due to the aggressive timelines we have to get the housing element adopted before the statutory deadline.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. Question. Is there, excuse me, is there any, in the housing element and with RHNA, is there any differentiation between coastal zone and inland?
Commissioner Senauer, through the chair, our sites inventory, for purposes of our sites inventory in that portion of the housing element, there is some distinction between the coastal zone and inland area, but really the main distinction that we make is between the North County and the South Coast. That's the way we do need to get our entire housing element certified by the Coastal Commission due to the fact that there is a portion of it that's affected in the coastal zone. It's really, there's not too much of it that's really divided by coastal zone and
so
inland
there's no
area.
criteria or considerations other than your broad overview of the needs, et cetera, et cetera. There's no separation between the coastal zone and it's just North County and South Coast.
Commissioner Stanower, through the chair, the only other thing I can think of where we have some sort of distinction between coastal zone is that part of the housing element must analyze affordable housing for lower and moderate income households within the coastal zone, but otherwise I can't think of any other distinctions.
Okay. And where does AB 9 and 10 fit into this? I suppose site locations, et cetera, et cetera.
That's a good question. Because we've had so few applications submitted and have no historical data to go on with regard to SB 9, we are not including any assumptions about SB 9 development for purposes of our sites inventory, meaning we are not assuming that there's going to be, X number of units built per SB 9 counting toward our RENA. Though we might see some in the future, we just have nothing to go on to say that it will happen in the future.
How many applications offhand do you know that you have?
To date, we've received 4 complete applications, and I believe 1 is pending.
And in what areas?
They are 3 in the North County and 1 in the South County.
Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. You see another hand.
Commissioner Keller.
Thank you. I'm just wondering, can you ballpark or give an estimate of how much we fall short of the required RENA mandate? We being the Montecito area, or if you could just divide it into North and South County, that'd be fine.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, I was going to go over that a little bit later in my presentation, but for a rough ballpark of our shortfall in the South Coast region, we are looking at about 1,800 units for low and very low income, about 1,000 units for moderate income, and 154 units for above moderate income.
Thank you. And you'll probably go over what kind of remedy there might be when you make the rest of your presentation.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, thanks. Go ahead.
Okay, you want to continue?
Yes, let me get back to my slides here. So with regard to the status of, with regard to our RENA, we have been divided into 2 sub-regions, North and South Coast, as shown on this map. And next slide, please. And this table here shows the county's RENA for the unincorporated. Oh, did we already go over this?
No.
No, okay, my apologies. So this table here shows the county's RENA for the unincorporated North County and South Coast areas. The RENA is distributed across 4 household income categories, which are again, very low, low, moderate, and above moderate income. And the income distribution is set by the state's affordability calculations and is based on a median household income for Santa Barbara County. Some important things to note here are that these RENA numbers represent the bare minimum that the county is required to accommodate in its housing element in order to comply with state law and SBCAG's RENA plan, just the bare minimum. Next slide, please.
Hey, can I ask you that last slide? Can you tell me the criteria why South County has got so much as opposed to North County? It's not based on our population, it's based on a disproportionate housing in the areas. What is it based on?
Commissioner,
Like Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, did you have more? I apologize.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
Commissioner Police, through the chair, I'd have to rack my brain for all of the factors that went into state HUD and SB-CAG's methodology, but some of the things that they did consider in distributing the North County and South Coast RENA were the jobs housing imbalance. They did try to add more housing closer to jobs, and they also considered factors such as overcrowding and cost burden when developing these numbers.
Chair Police, this is Deputy Director Dan Clement. Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Steele. I just also wanted to add to, there were other considerations too, such as the pattern of housing development that has historically occurred, mainly during the existing fifth cycle period. There's been much more housing development that has occurred in the North County as compared to the South. So as a balancing out, that is to strike the right balance between the jobs housing balance, there was much more emphasis placed on trying to locate the housing close to the employment centers on the South Coast. So.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir. Sorry, Ms. Steele, just go ahead and let me know if you're ready to advance to the next slide.
No, that's all right, Dan. Thank you. Let's move on to the next slide, please. Okay. As mentioned earlier, staff has been working to calculate the county's existing capacity to meet its RENA, and there are a few important assumptions to consider, which I want to review with you. First, state law allows the county to count housing developments as 100% affordable to lower income households if they are constructed on sites with densities of 20 units or more per acre. However, past development trends show that such densities do not typically provide for 100% lower income affordability in the unincorporated county. Therefore, we are now assuming that only 50% will be affordable to lower income households. Also, we have to take into consideration the state's no net loss law, which mandates that jurisdictions maintain adequate sites to accommodate their remaining unmet RENA for each income category at all times throughout the planning period. This means if the county approves a housing development with fewer units per income category than are shown in the housing element, then the county must either make findings that the housing element's remaining sites have sufficient capacity to accommodate the RENA, or we must rezone additional sites to accommodate our RENA shortfall. So to avoid additional rezones per no net loss law and to ensure that adequate sites are always available for affordable housing, staff is proposing that the housing element include a 20% buffer for the very low, low, and moderate income RENA categories. Next slide, please. This slide lists some of the strategies that staff is considering for accommodating the county's RENA. They include upzoning residential properties to allow greater density of housing units, for example, upzoning DR20 to DR30 in some areas. It also includes rezoning agriculturally zoned parcels within or adjacent to existing urban areas, allowing housing in non-residential zones, like allowing mixed-use development in commercial zones. And lastly, applying minimum housing density requirements to ensure that land resources are used efficiently. Next slide, please. So this table here shows the county's current capacity to meet its North County RENA. And it's not a final calculation. It may change as we continue to assess additional housing opportunity sites. But at least for now, it's based on current zoning and includes the 20% buffer that I spoke about earlier for the very low, low, and moderate income categories. The shortfall, which is shown in red, can be made up through rezones, future ADU development, and other future housing developments. Next slide, please. And then we have a similar table for the county's South Coast RENA. And as you can see from the red row at the bottom, the county is facing a pretty drastic shortage of sites to accommodate its lower and moderate income RENA, as well as a little bit of its above moderate income RENA. So this is going to require the county to consider rezones and other strategies to increase its housing capacity and production. Next slide, please. To that end, staff is considering housing opportunity sites throughout the unincorporated county, but we've started by focusing on the areas and communities listed on this slide here. So for the South Coast, that includes Eastern Galita Valley, Isla Vista, and the Carpinteria Valley. But again, we are considering sites throughout the South Coast, not exclusively in these areas. Next slide, please. And as for next steps in our project, we have finalizing our draft list of housing opportunity sites, scoping for the program EIR, and working on pulling together the draft housing element document. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation, and our staff are able to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Yes.
Go ahead, Donna.
Hi. Yes, thanks very much for the presentation. You have some follow-up slides, right, that have to do with income levels. Did we see that? Did I just miss that?
Commissioner Senor, through the chair. Yes, we do have backup slides in case you have any questions about the
there's just a couple,
breakdown
right?
of affordability levels.
Right.
Yes.
Could you just throw those up quickly? Because there might be questions regarding what affordable housing actually, yeah, if you have time, I think we have time just to scan this. Thank you.
Certainly. So this table here shows the breakdown of affordability by each income level. And there's very low, low, and moderate. And basically each income level is based on a percentage of the county's area median income. So for example, we'll take very low income. A person or household of very low income makes somewhere between 30 and 50% of the county's area median income. And typically we base income levels on a 4-person household, which is shown in the third column there. So for the county, our Santa Barbara County, a household making very low income would make up to $45,050 per year. And if you break down the housing costs by month, that means that they can afford up to a payment of up to $1,126 per month on housing. And we basically just do that calculation for every income level and every possible household size. But again, we typically use a 4-person household as our baseline. Are there any other questions about this particular slide?
No.
Anybody else? Okay. Is there more to be heard?
I have one more question. I'm
Sure.
sorry.
Okay.
When the discussion is affordability, are there the criteria? It doesn't get broken down to, in general, with RENA and the projection as far as units needed. It doesn't get broken down to like the percentage of 1-bedrooms that would be affordable, or the percentage of studios or 2 bedrooms, or the percentage of ADUs in general that need to be affordable. Do you understand my question?
Commissioner Senor, through the chair, I think I understand. And while within the housing element, we do analyze various housing types at all affordability levels, we do sometimes speak to the need for housing types of different sizes. Like, for example, maybe we need larger units to accommodate more families and things like that. But for purposes of our sites inventory, we do not go into that granular of a level to break it down by the number of bedrooms in each unit. We just simply specify the number of units that are needed at each income level.
Thank you.
And I just have one question, please, Ms. Steele. These rezoning in order to meet the housing needs, does that supersede any local ordinance or community plan that might be in place?
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, that's a good question. And when we are conducting our rezones, we're going to have to be considering a lot of different factors, including our existing comprehensive plan policies, zoning ordinances, and other programs and policies in place. So we may have to do some amendments to our comprehensive plan and zoning ordinances as a result of these rezones. So in that regard, some policies may be changed or amended.
I see. And how long a process does that take to do an amendment? Seems like that would move things out by quite a length of time.
Commissioner Keller, through the chair, normally it would. That's typically a very lengthy process. However, the state has some very specific requirements as to and deadlines as to when the county needs to complete its rezones in order to comply with state housing element law. For example, if we adopt our housing element by the statutory deadline, then we get 3 years to complete our rezones. However, if we do not adopt by the statutory deadline, which is February of next year, then we get 1 year to complete our rezones.
And Chair Polici, commissioners, one thing that's important to understand, in order to satisfy the timeframes that we're dealing with, the way we're going to structure this is that we will prepare a housing element that will include programs for rezoning. And then we'll take that ultimately to the board for adoption. And the rezones themselves would actually occur after adoption takes place and after HCD finds the housing element in substantial conformance with state law. So we'll basically have a two-step process: adopt and get the housing element approved by the state, then we'll do the rezones to follow.
Is that rezone going to have to run by planning again or board of supervisors, or that's not going to be expressly quick, I wouldn't think?
No, it will have to follow the normal processes for rezones and general plan amendments. So it will have to go through the planning commission or planning commissions, depending on the location of the rezones. And then it would go forward to the board. So it's going to be a tight process in order to meet the timeframes set by the state. But the advantage is that once we get the housing element adopted, we'll have an environmental document, a programmatic EIR, that will get us a long ways toward the rezones and the general plan amendments. You know,
Is there going to be much lead time for the public to consume this information regarding what you guys want to do as far as, you know, where to build?
Well, what we're going to do is release lists of the potential rezones as soon as we can. We hope to do that in the coming months, so that will be out circulating prior to us taking the document to the planning commission for initial review and approval to submit the draft to the state. So what happens is we prepare the draft. There's some timeframes for public comment associated with that. But once we take that to the planning commission and the planning commission submits it to state HCD has 90 days to review that. So during that process, we'll continue our outreach efforts with the understanding that we could make some changes after submitting a draft to the state.
Understandable. Well, thank you. Is there more to your that you guys want to say to us, Alan or Jesse?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, I don't have anything remaining in my presentation. I'm just available to answer any additional questions you may have.
So let me ask you this: how the urgency seems like it's there. Has this? Are you feel like you're under pressure? Do you have the resources to come up with what you need to do in order to make this timeline?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, we are definitely under some aggressive timelines for completion of the housing element and subsequently the rezones, but it's state law, so there's nothing we can do about that. However, we do have some grant funding, actually 2 grants that we are using for the housing element, as well as general funds. So we're pretty well funded. If we could get more time, that would be wonderful, but it's not possible. So at least we have the other resources we need to complete this.
One more question. So we have these potential new housing. Is there going to be a somewhat of a formula on or a lottery on who gets the option to be able to live there? How does that work?
Commissioner Police, through the chair, that's something that's typically handled by our county housing and development, community development division, county HCD. They're the ones that typically administer state funds and leverage state funding. And I think they're also the ones that typically work on the application process for the deed restricted affordable units.
Okay. Questions,
Yeah,
Donna?
Yeah, a quick question. On the slide that showed the areas in North County and South Coast that you were being possibly considered at this time, you know, that slide for site locations. I think it was Orcutt in the North County and referencing that slide. What is, and you said basically that this doesn't preclude you looking at other areas, is that correct? It's just sort of where you're at right now?
Chair Police, Commissioner Sinauer, that's correct. Those were just some examples of areas we're looking at right now, but we're looking at the entire unincorporated county. So we recently had some review of areas around Vandenberg Village, for example. We've been looking around Santa Ynez, another North County area that we've looked at. So those were just really examples of some recent areas we've already looked at or come up with some preliminary ideas, but we've expanded out beyond that.
And the criteria is that basically going to be in the scoping area? I mean, what criteria are you applying to come up with the areas?
Yeah, so what we've been typically doing is looking at, we have a database of essentially all the parcels within the unincorporated county. So we pulled in that data from the assessor's office, and the assessor breaks it down by parcels that are developed and parcels that are vacant. So what we've been focusing on primarily for higher density projects is looking at sites that are vacant, sites that are already zoned for some level of residential use, and sites that are within existing urban areas. So those are some of the top criteria that we look at. And then once we get into it, we look at more refined factors such as looking at suitability, how much of the property is available, what the surrounding uses are, proximity to public transportation, services, those types of things.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
It's a pretty involved process.
Yes, it appears to be that way, as well it should.
Yes, and the database is quite complex. We have thousands and thousands of parcels in there. So
and before we leave this, there was, when you were, when it was listed possibilities of rezoning, ag was one of them. And I'm wondering, just briefly, that would, the intersection of, say, the Williamson Act and all that would be very complicated in rezoning ag. And I would think that would not be as far as a priority or high on the list, personally.
That's correct. We tend to have agricultural properties that are really viable. Those are typically in rural areas. So we've been trying to focus more on infill within existing urban areas. We do have some areas, particularly in the South Coast, where we have some agricultural lands that are within urbanized areas. So those would be examples where we would likely consider prior and give those more attention rather than focusing on rural parcels.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay.
Hey, Chair Police, this Dan Clement, just one other point in addition to what Ms. Steele and Mr. Bell shared with you today is that when it comes to whether or not we have the resource allocation to make this happen, one thing to keep in mind is a lot of our ability to meet these deadlines is contingent on state HCD's ability to respond to us in a timely manner. And what we're hearing back from our consultants right now who are working with other jurisdictions, particularly in the SCAG region, that is the Southern California Association of Governments region, is that HCD is typically taking the full review time because they're backed up. They're absolutely slammed because just like us, they have new requirements that they have to satisfy. So a lot of our ability to make these deadlines will be contingent on them being able to deliver in a timely way. And it's unlikely that we will get something adopted by state HCD just going right out the gate, given the track record of other jurisdictions so far in this cycle. So with that said, I believe Mr. Villalobos has indicated that there are public speakers. So unless there are any other questions, we might want to turn it over to them.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. V.
We do have two people who are still with us, and I just wanted to just double check with them to see if they wanted to speak. That's Daryl Sweem and Sharon Byrne. Sharon, did you have anything you wanted to speak on for this item? Or Daryl Sween, Mr. Sween? I don't see anyone unmuting themselves.
Hi, this is Sharon. Were you asking me to speak?
I was asking if you would like to speak.
I don't mind making a couple of comments if you're okay. I wasn't going to raise my hand, but I will. I'm the executive director of the Montecito Association. And we spent a lot of work and time on housing bills in the state last year, including Senate Bills 9 and 10, which did go on to pass. And I'm not sure that it helps you in your deliberations today, but there is a lot of churn at the state level over the RENA numbers. There was an audit by the California Department of the Auditor that looked at the RENA numbers and specifically at Santa Barbara County's RENA numbers as one of the 3 examples that they audited. And the auditor found that there was problems with the way that the state calculates the RENA numbers, that the formula is not as clear and as repetitive as it should be. There's also a couple of bills coming through the Senate now, one of which could help this group, which is Senate Bill 6, which allows for easy conversion of retail, office, and parking lots for housing. So one of the things to look at in terms of where would you get, some of the units you could get to satisfy your housing elements, that is one that has been underlooked at, but obviously is getting some attention in the city of Santa Barbara, but not so much in the county. So I just wanted to offer you some of that context for what you're facing today. And thank you as always for your service and for the opportunity to speak.
Okay, Susan, you want to speak again?
I just asked if there was any action required on our part, or do we just receive the information without any kind of move to accept it or not?
Jeff? Are you still with us, Jeff?
Yes, I'm here. The commission could, I think there's a slide that they could bring up. It's really a receive and file if you wanted to take a motion. No actions needed.
That there was a receive and file or some kind of effort on our part. And so I would like to move to receive and file. Is that appropriate?
Sounds like it. Do
Yeah.
we have a
And
second?
I second.
Okay. Mr. Villalobos?
Commissioner Keller?
Yes.
Commissioner Miller? I'm sorry, I think Marshall left. Commissioner Kupiec?
Aye.
Commissioner Senauer?
Aye.
Chair Police?
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0.
Okay, start building those units.
Thanks very much to staff for a very complete and comprehensive report.
Yes, very good. So I think with that, I think we can close. Is that correct there, David? Are we complete?
I think that concludes staff's our business. I think the only other thing would be whether or not to maintain your July meeting to make findings for continuing to be remote. I think that's the only thing.
Yeah, we'll see if we can get 3 people. We should be able to do that. Okay, thank you. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for all for
Thanks.
coming.
Thank you.
Gina, I didn't hear from you, but thank you. All right, bye-bye.
Thanks, bye.